Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I was about 8 or 9 when my family made the annual trip to our Kickapoo homeland in a remote part of Mexico. This journey was something we undertook every year with solemn dedication. A time when relatives from Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas all converged on my grandmother Tana's land for important traditions that had been passed down through generations. Tana's property sprawled at the base of a forbidding mountain range that everyone treated with serious caution. The adults spoke of these mountains in hushed tones, warning that they could twist your mind if you ventured too far up without the right protections. The elders knew things about this place that they rarely shared with children. The drive there was always grueling. Hours of rattling over unpaved roads, dust coating everything inside our truck despite the windows being tightly sealed. As we approached, the landscape grew increasingly barren, with sparse vegetation clinging to rocky soil. Cell service disappeared long before we reached our destination, cutting us off from the outside world completely. Tana maintained 2 small houses on her land. The old house, our designated quarters, was sealed tight, with metal bars over windows that didn't open and steel doors designed to keep out wandering animals or thieves who might prowl when nobody was around. The new house, where my Aunt Winona and Uncle Sanny stayed with their children, had the same bars but featured windows that could swing open, offering some relief from the oppressive heat. My mother, Nita, and father, Atohi, settled my 2 sisters, Ama and Winona, and me in the old house. My cousins Hosa and Lona took the new house with their parents. Another set of cousins, Cheeto and Saya, were also somewhere on the property, helping with daily tasks or assisting Tana with preparations for ceremonies. The isolation hit me anew each time we arrived. No neighbors for miles, no streetlights, no ambient glow from distant towns, just absolute darkness when the sun disappeared. The vastness of the night sky overhead was both beautiful and terrifying. Stars appearing so close you might reach up and touch them, the Milky Way splashed across the heavens in a way city dwellers never experience. That first evening passed uneventfully. We unpacked, prepared a simple dinner over an outdoor fire pit, and listened to the elders exchange news and stories. The adults spoke mostly in our native language, occasionally switching to Spanish or English. Children were expected to sit quietly and absorb the traditions, though my attention often wandered to the looming shadows of the mountains visible even against the night sky. "Don't stare too long," my father murmured, noticing my gaze. "Some things notice when you notice them." I quickly looked away, pretending interest in the embers of our dying fire instead. The air was muggy and still that night. In the old house, with windows shut tight, we just tried to fall asleep in the stale heat. After a long day of chores and traveling, exhaustion eventually won out over discomfort, and we drifted off. The scream tore through the heavy silence like a knife, jolting us awake. Disoriented, I sat upright on my thin mattress, heart hammering against my ribs. The sound had come from the new house, a high, terrified shriek that could only belong to a child. My father, normally stoic and measured in all things, moved with startling speed. He was out of bed in an instant, pulling on boots and grabbing a flashlight. "Stay here," he commanded, pointing at my sisters and me. "Do not open the door for anyone but me or your mother." The door slammed behind him, and I crossed the dark room, stepping over scattered belongings as I hurried to the barred window. Outside, the moon gave off just enough light to reveal silhouettes hurrying between the houses. Flashlight beams cut erratic patterns through the darkness as adults converged on the new house. My Aunt Winona emerged, arms wrapped protectively around Hosa, who appeared to be trembling violently. She gestured toward the fence line while my Uncle Sanny and several older cousins began to comb the property, scanning the ground and sweeping their lights across the perimeter. Minutes stretched into an hour. Through the window, I watched adults conferring in tight circles, their voices too low to reach me. Occasionally, someone would break away to check another section of the fence or peer into the darkness beyond our property. The intensity of their search sent waves of unease through me. This wasn't the reaction to a simple nightmare. Eventually, my mother returned, her face drawn tight with tension. "What happened?" I asked immediately. She hesitated, clearly weighing how much to share. "Hosa had a fright. Everyone's checking to make sure there are no uninvited guests on the property." "Was it an animal? A coyote?" my sister Amma asked from her corner. "No," Mother replied, too quickly. "Try to get some sleep now. Your father and the others will handle this." But sleep remained elusive for hours as I listened to the continued movement outside. Footsteps circling the house, voices calling to each other, the distant beam of flashlights sweeping across our window every few minutes. Morning revealed exhausted adults with dark circles under their eyes. They moved sluggishly, pouring extra coffee and speaking in low tones that halted whenever children approached. The atmosphere was charged with unspoken tension. I cornered my cousin Lona near the water pump, determined to learn what had happened. "Hosa saw someone," he said, voice dropping to barely above a whisper. He fell asleep near the open window in the new house. Something woke him. He said he felt someone touching his face. The hair on my arm stood up as Lona continued. He opened his eyes and saw an old woman. She had pressed her head between the bars of the window and was staring down at him. Her hair was long and gray and it brushed his cheek. He said she was smiling. "Maybe he dreamed it," I suggested, though the explanation sounded hollow even to my own ears. Lona shook his head firmly. "He wasn't dreaming. Everyone took it seriously. They searched the whole property." Feeling increasingly unsettled, I sought out my cousin Cheeto, who had been among the adults searching the grounds. He was hauling water for the day's cooking, his movements mechanical with fatigue. "Did you find anything last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Cheeto paused, setting down his bucket. His eyes darted toward the adults before he answered. "Footprints," he said finally, "by every window on both houses, bare feet in the dirt smaller than any of ours. They led away from the houses, toward the mountains." My stomach clenched. Someone circled both houses in complete darkness, without a light? Cheeto nodded grimly. Without stumbling once from what we could tell, the prints were deliberate, steady. I glanced toward the mountains looming in the distance, their peaks hazy in the morning light. The idea that someone, or something, had come down from those forbidden slopes and walked methodically around our sleeping quarters made my insides turn cold. "Don't go wandering off alone while we're here," Cheeto warned, his voice unusually serious for a teenager. "Not even during daylight." The following days brought a forced normalcy. We continued with the intended purpose of our gathering, helping Tana prepare for the seasonal ceremonies, maintaining the property, and reconnecting with our heritage. But undercutting these activities was a current of vigilance that hadn't existed before. Adults began assigning tasks in pairs or groups. Children were kept closer to the houses. The older boys took turns keeping watch during daylight hours. At night, the men organized shifts, maintaining a constant presence outside both houses. 3 days after Hosa's encounter, my sister Amma and I were gathering kindling for the evening fire. We walked along a narrow trail beside the new house, picking up dried branches and placing them in a canvas bag. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the property, and despite the heat, I felt a persistent chill between my shoulder blades. A rustle from beyond the fence line made us both freeze. It wasn't the light movement of wind through dry brush. This was heavier, deliberate, like footsteps dragging through the undergrowth. Amma's fingers dug into my arm. "Did you hear that?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. We stood motionless, straining to see through the dense scrub that marked the property boundary. Nothing visible moved, but the sensation of being observed intensified until I could barely breathe. "It's probably just a stray dog," I said finally, though I didn't believe it. Wild dogs moved differently, with purpose and speed, not this slow, measured progression. We abandoned our half-filled bag and hurried back to the houses, looking over our shoulders every few steps. I reported what we'd heard to my father, whose face hardened as he listened. "Stay inside for the rest of the day," he instructed, picking up a heavy walking stick before heading toward the area we'd described. That evening, huddled around the outdoor fire pit for dinner, Aunt Winona described her own unsettling experience. She'd been hanging laundry when she noticed a figure standing motionless at the fence line, partially obscured by a gnarled mesquite tree. "I thought it might be one of the neighbors from the distant farm," she explained, her voice tight. I called out a greeting in Spanish, then in our language. They didn't respond, just watched. "What did they look like?" Uncle Sanny asked. I couldn't see clearly. The sun was setting behind them, but it seemed to be an older woman, very thin. When I took a few steps closer, she disappeared, not running away, just gone between one blink and the next. After this account, new rules were established. No one was to be alone outside, even during daylight hours. Windows would remain closed and locked in both houses, despite the suffocating heat this would cause. Protective herbs were burned at the perimeter of the property, filling the air with pungent smoke that made my eyes water. That night, unable to sleep in the sweltering old house, I crept from my mattress to sit near the doorway, hoping to catch some air from the crack beneath it. Voices drifted from outside. My mother and Tana, speaking in low tones as they sat on the porch steps. "This isn't the first time," Tana was saying, her weathered voice barely audible. "You remember the incident when you were young? With your cousin?" "I was hoping it was an isolated occurrence," my mother replied. "It's been so many years." "The mountains don't measure time as we do." Tana's tone carried decades of hard-earned wisdom. "What dwells there has patience beyond our understanding." "Should we leave early? Take the children home?" There was a long pause before Tana answered. "Perhaps, but running sometimes attracts pursuit. If we leave before completing what we came for, we may carry something back with us that doesn't belong in your world." Their conversation shifted to preparations for the next day's ceremony, but sleep eluded me entirely now. What had happened to my mother's cousin? Why hadn't these stories been passed down to us children? The next morning, observing the adults more carefully, I noticed new precautions being taken. Uncle Sanny hammered additional reinforcements onto the window bars of both houses. My father and Cheeto spent hours walking the property boundary, checking the integrity of the fence and placing small bundles of herbs at regular intervals along its length. When I questioned my mother about her conversation with Tana, she initially dismissed it, claiming I must have misheard. But something in my expression must have conveyed my fear, because her demeanor softened. "There are things we don't discuss with children," she said finally. "Not to keep secrets, but to prevent fear from taking root too early." "I'm already afraid," I countered. Knowing might help. She sighed deeply, glancing toward the mountains before continuing. "Those mountains have always been different. Our people have known this for generations. Some places in this world thin the boundary between what should and shouldn't exist together. The high places especially." "What comes down from there?" I pressed. "Nothing that belongs here," she answered simply. "Nothing good." On the fourth night, the temperature dropped unexpectedly, bringing the first comfortable evening of our stay. My sister Winona, always the bold one, stayed up reading by lantern light while the rest of us tried to sleep. Around midnight, she shook me awake, her face pale in the dim light. "Listen," she whispered. At first, I heard nothing unusual, just the distant calls of night insects and the soft breathing of our sleeping family members. Then it registered, a slow, methodical scratching against the outside wall. Not the random scrape of branches in wind, there was no wind tonight, but deliberate, like fingernails dragging across the metal siding of the house. Winona extinguished the lantern and pressed herself against the window, trying to see through the narrow gaps in the bars. I joined her, my heart thundering so loudly I was certain it would give us away. In the faint moonlight filtering through the bars, a shape moved below our window, hunched and irregular, with something that caught the silver light. Hair, I realized with mounting horror. Long, stringy hair that seemed to float slightly, as though suspended in water rather than air. The figure paused directly beneath us, and for one terrible moment, I thought it would look up. Instead, it continued its slow circuit of the house, one hand trailing along the wall, nails scraping against metal in that rhythmic pattern we'd heard. "Should we wake everyone?" I breathed, barely audible. Winona shook her head minutely. "It knows we're watching now. If we make noise..." She didn't finish the thought, but the implication was clear. Drawing attention might be exactly what it wanted. We remained frozen at the window until the scratching faded around the far side of the house. Only then did Winona pull me away from the glass. "We need to tell the adults in the morning," she said, her voice steadier than I expected. "But not now. Not in the dark." By morning, the entire camp was on edge. Cheeto had taken it upon himself to stay up through the night, patrolling with a flashlight and an old hunting rifle. He reported seeing nothing, but the scratches on the metal siding of the old house were unmistakable. 4 parallel lines repeating at regular intervals all the way around the structure. Uncle Sanny intensified his burning of protective herbs, creating a haze around the property that made breathing difficult but somehow felt necessary. Tana barely slept, dividing her time between guiding various family members through daytime ceremonies and reinforcing spiritual protections after dark. Our final evening arrived with a mixture of relief and dread. Most of our ceremonial obligations had been fulfilled, and preparations were underway for departure the following morning. The atmosphere was tense, but hopeful. Just one more night to endure before returning to the safety of our distant homes. I was helping carry dishes from dinner to the wash basin when a scream erupted from the new house. Not the startled cry of a child this time, but the genuine terror of an adult. My cousin Saya, 18 and usually unflappable, burst through the door, her face drained of color. "There's someone at the window," she gasped. "A hand. I saw a hand on the bars." Every adult mobilized instantly. Uncle Sanny and my father approached the new house from different angles, while others formed a protective circle around the children. Flashlight beams cut through the gathering darkness, scanning windows and the nearby fence line. By the time they reached the window Saya had indicated, there was no one there. But evidence remained. Muddy handprints on the wall beneath the window, smeared downward as if someone had clung to the surface while peering inside. The prints were small, with elongated fingers that seemed too thin for human hands. "Everyone inside," Tana commanded, her authority absolute in that moment. "No one leaves until dawn." We huddled in the old house that night, every available adult armed with whatever makeshift weapons could be found. Sleep was impossible as we listened to the sounds of the darkness. Every creak, every whisper of wind transformed into potential danger in our heightened state of awareness. Near dawn, when the sky had just begun to lighten from black to deep blue, a soft tapping started at each window simultaneously. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. As though multiple visitors were coordinating their efforts, surrounding us completely. No one moved. No one spoke. We sat in rigid silence as the tapping continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. When it finally stopped, the silence felt even more threatening than the noise had been. First light revealed fresh evidence of our night visitors. Uncle Sanny found footprints, dozens of them, circling both houses in patterns that made no logical sense. Some tracks overlapped others, as if multiple individuals had paced the same routes repeatedly throughout the night. Most disturbing were the tracks leading away from the property. They formed a straight line from the new house through the scrubland and directly toward the foothills. When we followed them a short distance, we noticed disturbing details. The prints became deeper toward the front of the foot, as if whoever made them dragged themselves forward with each step, fighting against some invisible resistance. "We're leaving. Now," my father announced, brooking no argument. "Pack only what's necessary." The usual departure rituals were abbreviated or abandoned entirely as we hurried to load vehicles. Tana performed only the most essential closing ceremonies, her hands shaking slightly as she worked, something I'd never witnessed in my proud, composed grandmother. "Don't look back once we start driving," she instructed as we climbed into our truck. "Not until we reach the main road. Keep your thoughts forward, toward home." As our caravan of family vehicles pulled away from the property, the mountains seemed to loom larger than ever in the rearview mirror. Though I'd been explicitly told not to look back, I couldn't help stealing one glance as we rounded the first bend in the dirt road. For a moment, so brief I've spent years convincing myself it was imagination, I thought I saw figures standing at the fence line. Multiple silhouettes, unnaturally still, watching our departure. At their center stood one slightly taller than the rest, with long pale hair that moved despite the absence of wind. On the long drive home, hours of bumpy dirt paths before even seeing pavement, I sat silently, replaying everything in my mind. It was more than just footprints and glimpses. It felt like the land itself had been unsettled, as if ancient energies from the mountains had descended to observe us, or test us. Years later, when I finally gathered the courage to ask my mother why everyone had accepted Hosa's story so readily, she reminded me that these sightings weren't unprecedented. The elders believed a spirit from the mountains occasionally took human form to venture down to the settlements, targeting families who let their guard down. "The mountains get hungry sometimes," she explained, her eyes distant. "Not for food as we understand it, for attention, for fear, for belief." "Is that why we don't go back anymore?" I asked. Our annual trips had ceased after that summer. She nodded slowly. "Tana said the balance has shifted. What sleeps in those peaks is more awake now than it has been in generations. Until it settles again, that place isn't safe for us." Even now, decades later, I don't enjoy discussing these events. The memory remains vivid. The scratching on metal walls, the muddy handprints, the footprints leading toward the mountains. Sometimes I catch myself avoiding windows after dark, drawing curtains tight and checking locks twice before bed. Some places in this world stand apart from ordinary reality. The mountains of my grandmother's homeland are such a place, where ancient things stir and sometimes reach down to remind us of their presence. The thought alone makes me reluctant to peer through glass after nightfall, half expecting to find pale fingers gripping the frame or hollow eyes staring back from the darkness. What haunts me most isn't what we saw, but what we nearly became. Another story whispered among elders, never shared with children until they too encounter what waits in the high forbidden places where the old powers never truly sleep. This happened to me during the summer of 2023, when I was 14 years old. The memory still haunts me every time I close my eyes, every time I hear a branch snap in the woods, every time darkness falls earlier than expected. My friend Brandon had just invited me, along with 3 other friends from our freshman class, on what was supposed to be a fun fishing trip to his family's cabin by Pine Lake. Brandon's mother, Mrs. Rodriguez, picked us up after school that humid Tuesday in late August. The air conditioning in her minivan barely worked, and sweat stuck to our backs as we loaded our overnight bags and fishing gear into the trunk. Besides Brandon and me, there was Zoe, a quiet girl with dark hair who always carried a sketch pad, and twins named Casey and Jordan who never seemed to stop talking. We were all excited about the trip, chattering about the fish we'd catch and the stories we'd tell when we got back to school. The drive to the cabin took us deeper into the countryside than I'd ever been before. As we left the suburbs behind, the houses became fewer and farther between, separated by thick stretches of pine forest that seemed to press closer to the road with each passing mile. Mrs. Rodriguez turned off the main highway onto a series of increasingly narrow dirt roads, each one more isolated than the last. The trees grew taller and denser, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the afternoon sun. "Are we almost there?" Casey asked for the 10th time, pressing her face against the window. "About 20 more minutes," Mrs. Rodriguez replied, her knuckles white as she gripped the steering wheel. Even she seemed nervous about the remote location, constantly checking her mirrors and glancing at the GPS that kept losing signal. As we drove deeper into the wilderness, I noticed something unsettling. We hadn't seen another car for over 30 minutes. The dirt road was so narrow that if another vehicle had been coming the other way, one of us would have had to back up to find a place to pass. Cell phone towers were non-existent out here, and our phones had lost all signal bars about 15 minutes ago. The trees seemed to watch us as we passed, their twisted branches reaching across the road like gnarled fingers. Some of the older pines had scorch marks from lightning strikes, their blackened trunks standing like burned monuments among the healthy trees. The underbrush was thick and impenetrable, creating countless hiding places where anything could lurk unseen. We finally reached the cabin around 4:30 in the afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to cast long shadows through the forest. The cabin itself was smaller than I'd expected. A rustic log structure with a green metal roof and a small front porch. It sat in a clearing about 50 yards from the dirt road, connected by a narrow gravel path that crunched under our feet as we carried our bags. What struck me immediately was the profound silence. After living in the city my entire life, I was used to constant background noise, traffic, sirens, neighbors, the hum of air conditioners. Here, the quiet was so complete it felt oppressive. The only sounds were our footsteps on the gravel and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. "The lake's about a half-mile that way," Brandon said, pointing down a barely visible trail that disappeared into the forest. "We can walk there after we get settled." Mrs. Rodriguez unlocked the cabin door and we stepped inside. The interior was cramped but cozy, with a small kitchen, a living room with a stone fireplace, and 2 bedrooms. The walls were covered with old fishing photos and mounted deer heads that seemed to stare down at us with glassy eyes. A musty smell hung in the air, mixed with the scent of old wood and something else I couldn't identify, something that made my stomach turn slightly. "I'll be staying in town tonight," Mrs. Rodriguez announced, much to our surprise. "My sister lives about 40 minutes from here, and I haven't seen her in months. You kids will be fine on your own for one night. I'll pick you up tomorrow evening." The twins exchanged worried glances, and I felt my chest tighten. Being left alone in this isolated place hadn't been part of the plan. Brandon seemed as surprised as the rest of us, but tried to play it cool. "We'll be fine, Mom," he said, though his voice cracked slightly. "We're not little kids anymore." After Mrs. Rodriguez left, the 5 of us stood in the cabin's main room, suddenly aware of how alone we were. The nearest neighbor was at least 3 miles away, and with no cell service, we had no way to call for help if something went wrong. The windows had no screens, and several of the latches were broken, leaving gaps that let in the evening air along with whatever might be lurking outside. We spent the next hour preparing for our fishing expedition and setting up camp. Brandon showed us where his family kept the fishing equipment in a shed behind the cabin. The shed was even more unsettling than the cabin itself, dark and full of shadowy corners where spiders had built elaborate webs. Rusty tools hung from the walls, and animal traps lay scattered on the floor, their metal teeth still sharp and ready to snap. As we organized our gear, I kept having the strange feeling that we were being watched. Every time I turned around, I expected to see someone standing at the edge of the clearing, but there was never anyone there. The feeling persisted, though, like an itch I couldn't scratch. "Did you guys hear that?" Zoe asked suddenly, pausing in the middle of organizing her sketch supplies. We all stopped what we were doing and listened. At first, there was only the usual forest sounds, birds chirping, leaves rustling, the distant creak of tree branches. But then I heard it too. A faint snapping sound like someone stepping on a dry branch. "Probably just a deer," Jordan said, but his voice lacked conviction. The sound came again, closer this time, followed by what sounded like footsteps moving through the underbrush. We all stood perfectly still, straining to hear more. The footsteps seemed to circle around the clearing, staying just inside the tree line where we couldn't see their source. Brandon grabbed a flashlight from the shed and shone it toward the forest. The beam of light cut through the growing darkness, illuminating tree trunks and hanging branches but revealing nothing else. Whatever had been making the sounds had gone silent. "Hello?" Brandon called out, his voice cracking with nervousness. "Is someone there?" No response. The forest had gone completely quiet, as if every living thing was holding its breath. Even the birds had stopped chirping. We finished gathering our supplies in tense silence, each of us jumping at every small sound. The feeling of being watched had intensified, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my hands trembled slightly as I handled the fishing equipment. As evening approached, we decided to cook dinner over an open fire pit that Brandon's family had built in the clearing. We gathered kindling and larger branches from the forest, though none of us ventured more than a few yards from the cabin. The shadows between the trees seemed to shift and move, creating shapes that looked almost human before resolving into nothing more than branches and leaves. Brandon's mother had left us hamburgers and hot dogs to cook over the fire, along with ingredients for s'mores. As the flames crackled and sent sparks up into the darkening sky, we tried to recapture the excitement we'd felt during the drive. But the earlier incident with the mysterious sounds had left us all on edge. I sat on a log facing the fire, trying to focus on the warmth and light rather than the darkness that seemed to press in around us from all sides. The twins sat across from me, their faces pale in the firelight. Zoe had pulled out her sketch pad and was drawing, but I noticed her hands were shaking slightly. As we ate, the sounds from the forest resumed. Branches snapped with increasing frequency, and I could swear I heard footsteps moving through the underbrush. The sounds seemed to come from different directions, as if multiple people were moving through the trees around us. "There's definitely something out there," Casey whispered, her burger only half eaten on her plate. "Maybe we should go inside," Jordan suggested, glancing nervously at the dark tree line. But Brandon was determined to prove he wasn't scared. "It's probably just raccoons or something. They're really common out here." I wasn't convinced. The sounds were too deliberate, too rhythmic to be made by animals. They had a pattern to them, like someone was deliberately trying to unnerve us. And there was something else. A feeling that whatever was out there was intelligent, calculating, waiting for the right moment to make its move. As we roasted marshmallows for s'mores, the sounds grew bolder. I heard what sounded like someone clearing their throat, followed by a low whistle that seemed to come from directly behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding, but saw nothing except the wall of darkness beyond the firelight. "Did you guys hear that whistle?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. They all nodded, their faces grim. We were no longer pretending this was just wildlife. Around 7 o'clock, as the last traces of daylight faded from the sky, Brandon announced that he needed to use the bathroom. The cabin's plumbing was old and unreliable, so he preferred to walk back to the main house. None of us wanted to split up, but nature called, and we were all getting tired of sitting by the fire in tense silence. "I'll come with you," I offered, not wanting anyone to go alone. "Me too," said Zoe, closing her sketch pad with a snap. The twins decided to come as well, so all 5 of us began the trek back to the cabin. The path was barely visible in the darkness, forcing us to use our phone flashlights to navigate. The pale beams of light created eerie shadows that danced between the trees, and every small sound seemed amplified in the stillness. About halfway to the cabin, we reached a fork in the path. One trail led to the cabin, while the other branched off toward the main road where Mrs. Rodriguez had parked her car before leaving. "I'm going to check on the car," Casey announced suddenly. "Make sure no one's messed with it." "That's not a good idea," I said, my stomach clenching with anxiety. "We should stay together." "I'll be fine," she insisted. "It's only a couple 100 yards, and I've got my flashlight." Before any of us could protest further, she had started down the path toward the road. We watched her light disappear into the darkness, feeling helpless and increasingly frightened. "She'll be okay," Jordan said, but I could tell he was trying to convince himself as much as us. The four of us continued toward the cabin, our footsteps unnaturally loud on the gravel path. The forest seemed to close in around us, and I had the distinct feeling that we were walking into a trap. Every shadow could hide a threat. Every rustling branch could mask the sound of someone approaching. When we finally reached the cabin, Brandon and Zoe went inside while Jordan and I waited on the small front porch. There was an old tire swing hanging from a large oak tree in the yard, and we took turns pushing each other, trying to distract ourselves from our growing fear. But the normalcy of the activity felt forced, artificial. We were just going through the motions while our minds raced with worry about Casey and whatever was lurking in the forest around us. I was sitting on a stump, watching Jordan swing back and forth on the tire, when I heard the familiar sound of snapping twigs coming from the forest. This time the sound was much closer, maybe only 30 or 40 feet away. I turned toward the noise and peered into the darkness between the trees. The forest was a wall of black shadows, impenetrable and threatening. But as I stared, my eyes began to adjust to the darkness, and I could make out individual tree trunks and the spaces between them. And there, standing perfectly still about 50 feet away, was the unmistakable silhouette of a person. My heart stopped. The figure was tall, much taller than any of us, and appeared to be wearing dark clothing that helped it blend into the shadows. It was standing behind a large pine tree, using the trunk for partial cover, but I could see its outline clearly, and I could tell it was watching us. For a moment, neither of us moved. The figure seemed to realize I had spotted it, because it shifted slightly, as if debating whether to retreat or advance. Then, suddenly, it turned and ran deeper into the forest. I could hear its footsteps pounding through the underbrush, growing fainter as it fled. "Jordan!" I called out, my voice tight with fear. "There's someone in the woods." He stopped swinging and looked at me with wide eyes. "What do you mean?" "I saw a person, a tall person in dark clothes. They were watching us from behind that big pine tree." Jordan jumped off the swing and came over to where I was standing. "Are you sure? It's pretty dark out here." "I'm positive, and when they saw me looking, they ran away." Just then, Brandon and Zoe came out of the cabin. I immediately told them what I had seen, but their reactions were skeptical. "You're probably just seeing things," Brandon said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. "The darkness can play tricks on your eyes." "It wasn't my imagination," I insisted. "There was definitely someone there." To prove my point, I grabbed a flashlight and walked toward the spot where I had seen the figure. The others followed reluctantly, staying close together. When we reached the pine tree, I shone the light on the ground around its base. The evidence was undeniable. The soft earth was churned up with fresh footprints, large boot prints that were clearly made by an adult. Broken branches and crushed leaves marked a path leading deeper into the forest, showing the route the intruder had taken when fleeing. "Oh, God," Zoe whispered, her face pale in the flashlight beam. "Someone's been spying on us." We all stared at the footprints in horrified silence. The implications were terrifying. How long had this person been watching us? What did they want? And most importantly, where were they now? Shaken by the discovery, we decided to head back to check on Casey. None of us wanted to admit it, but we were all thinking the same thing. If there was a stranger lurking in the forest, Casey could be in serious danger. We hurried down the path toward the main road, our flashlights creating wild patterns of light and shadow as we moved. The forest seemed more threatening now, full of potential hiding places and ambush points. Every shadow could conceal an attacker. Every sound could herald an assault. As we approached the area where the car was parked, we heard the most bone-chilling, terrifying scream I had ever heard in my life. It was Casey's voice, filled with pure terror and desperation. The sound cut through the night air like a knife, making my blood freeze in my veins. "Casey!" Jordan screamed, and we all broke into a run. We found her sitting in the car with all the doors locked, her face pressed against the window. She was sobbing hysterically, her whole body shaking with terror. The car windows were rolled down about 4 inches, just enough space for someone to reach inside. And there, pressed against the driver's side window, was a man's hand. The hand belonged to a tall figure dressed entirely in black. Black pants, black jacket, black gloves. He was at least 6.5 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a menacing presence. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could see his eyes gleaming in the darkness as he tried to force his hand through the narrow gap in the window. In his other hand, he held a large hunting knife with a serrated blade that caught the moonlight. The sight of the weapon made my legs weak, and I felt like I might collapse from fear. When the man saw us approaching, he immediately abandoned his attack on Casey and turned to face us. For a moment, we all stood frozen in a terrifying standoff. The stranger was much larger and stronger than any of us, and he was armed with a deadly weapon. But then Brandon appeared beside us, and I saw that he was carrying something, his father's shotgun from the cabin. His hands were shaking as he pointed it at the intruder, but his voice was steady when he spoke. "Get away from her right now," he said, his finger on the trigger. The man in black seemed to weigh his options for a moment. Then, without saying a word, he backed away from the car and disappeared into the forest. We heard the sound of an engine starting somewhere in the darkness, followed by the screech of tires on gravel as a vehicle sped away. We immediately surrounded the car, and Casey unlocked the doors with trembling hands. She collapsed into Jordan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably and barely able to speak. When she finally managed to tell us what had happened, the story was even more terrifying than I had imagined. "I was just sitting here listening to music," she said between sobs. "And then suddenly there was this hand trying to grab me through the window. He was trying to unlock the door, and when I screamed, he pulled out that knife and started threatening me. He said he was going to hurt me if I didn't open the door." She paused, shuddering at the memory. "I think he would have killed me if you hadn't shown up when you did. He kept saying things, horrible things about what he was going to do to me." The realization hit us all at once. This hadn't been a random encounter. The stranger had been watching us for hours, learning our routines, waiting for one of us to be alone and vulnerable. Casey had been his target, and if we hadn't arrived when we did, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Brandon immediately called his mother on the cabin's landline, and she arrived within an hour with 2 police officers. The officers took our statements and examined the footprints and other evidence we had found. They seemed to take the incident very seriously, especially when they discovered tire tracks from the attacker's vehicle, a red pickup truck that had been parked in the woods near the road. "This person has probably been watching you since you arrived," one of the officers told us. "These types of predators often stake out remote locations like this, waiting for the right opportunity. You kids were very lucky." We packed up our things and left the cabin that night, driven home by Mrs. Rodriguez while the police continued their investigation. The fishing trip that was supposed to be a fun adventure had turned into a nightmare that would haunt us for months to come. In the weeks that followed, we learned that the police had found evidence of a campsite deep in the forest, suggesting that our stalker had been living in the woods for several days. They also discovered that there had been similar incidents at other remote cabins in the area over the past year, though none had escalated to the level of violence we had experienced. The man in black was never caught, despite an extensive investigation. Sometimes I wonder if he's still out there, watching other groups of unsuspecting kids, waiting for his next opportunity to strike. The thought keeps me awake at night, and I've never been able to return to any remote location without feeling that familiar sense of being watched. We're all still friends, Casey, Jordan, Zoe, Brandon, and me. But none of us have ever gone camping again, and we probably never will. Some experiences change you forever, and that night at Pine Lake was one of them. We learned that evil doesn't always announce itself with fanfare and drama. Sometimes it lurks in the shadows, patient and calculating, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, you escape with your life, and nothing more than scars that will never fully heal. The hunting cabin stood exactly as I remembered it from my childhood visits 15 years ago. Weathered pine logs formed walls that seemed to sag under the weight of decades, and the single room was barely larger than a storage shed. After a full year of abandonment, every surface bore a thick coating of dust that made me sneeze violently when I first pushed open the creaking door. The air inside tasted stale and metallic, like old pennies left too long in a jar. I hadn't set foot in this place since I was 12 years old. Not since that final hunting trip with my grandfather Vincent. Something had happened during those 2 weeks in the wilderness that left me so deeply shaken I refused to return, though I could never quite articulate why to my parents. They assumed I'd simply grown bored with the old man's company and his endless stories about tracking deer through these very woods. Vincent continued his annual visits to our house in town, thankfully never suggesting another trip to his mountain retreat. When Vincent died last year at 83, he left this cabin and the surrounding 40 acres to me, his only grandchild. At 25, I had never expected to inherit property, especially not this isolated plot of land nestled deep in the Appalachian foothills. But after my relationship with Diana crumbled spectacularly 6 months ago, I faced a choice between moving into this cabin or returning to live in my parents' basement. The decision should have been easy, yet I found myself sitting in my car for 20 minutes, engine running, staring at the cabin's dark windows, before finally turning off the ignition. The local newspaper, the Mountain Herald, reported that Vincent had died from complications after a fall while chopping firewood behind his cabin. The story seemed straightforward enough. An elderly man living alone, working beyond his physical capabilities, suffering a fatal accident. But something about the details never sat right with me. The reporter mentioned that Vincent's body wasn't discovered for 3 days, and when the sheriff's deputy finally found him, the scene looked disturbed. I never learned what that meant exactly, and when I asked my parents, they simply said accidents in the woods could look messy. As I pulled my rusted Ford pickup into the overgrown driveway, I kept my father's hunting rifle within easy reach on the passenger seat. Logically, I knew the weapon provided little real protection against whatever dangers might lurk in these mountains, but the familiar weight of it brought a measure of comfort. I hadn't touched a gun in years, not since those childhood hunting trips, but muscle memory guided my hands as I checked the chamber in safety. The cabin's interior revealed signs of Vincent's final months. Canned goods lined makeshift shelves, their labels faded but contents still good. The ancient refrigerator hummed loudly but kept things cold. A wood-burning stove dominated one corner, its chimney pipe disappearing through the ceiling with alarming gaps that probably violated several building codes. Vincent's clothes still hung from nails driven into the log walls, and his reading glasses sat folded on a small table beside a half-finished crossword puzzle dated more than a year ago. I spent the remainder of that first day cleaning away the dust and mouse droppings, trying to make the space habitable. The physical work kept my mind occupied, preventing me from dwelling on the memories that seemed to press against the edges of my consciousness like shadows gathering at sunset. Every few minutes I found myself glancing toward the windows, though I couldn't say what I expected to see beyond the darkening tree line. That first night passed quietly enough. I slept fitfully on Vincent's narrow cot, wrapped in wool blankets that smelled of wood smoke and old age. Strange dreams plagued my rest, half-remembered fragments involving my grandfather's voice calling my name from somewhere deep in the forest, though I could never quite locate the source. The second day dawned gray and humid, with low clouds clinging to the mountain peaks like dirty cotton. I woke feeling unrested despite sleeping for nearly 10 hours, my body aching as though I'd spent the night running rather than lying still. After a breakfast of instant coffee and canned peaches, I decided to explore the property, hoping fresh air might clear the mental fog that seemed to have settled over me since arriving. Vincent's 40 acres stretched up the mountainside in an irregular polygon, bounded by old survey markers driven into trees decades ago. Most of the land remained heavily forested, with narrow game trails winding between massive oaks and towering pines. I followed one trail for about half a mile before it petered out at a rocky outcropping that offered a view of the valley below. From this vantage point, I could see my grandfather's cabin looking impossibly small and vulnerable, a tiny brown speck surrounded by an ocean of green. The isolation struck me then with startling force. I hadn't encountered another human being since the gas station attendant 20 miles back down the mountain road. No neighbors, no passing cars, no distant sounds of civilization penetrated this wilderness sanctuary. The silence felt almost aggressive in its completeness, broken only by the occasional bird call or rustle of wind through leaves. Returning to the cabin as afternoon shadows began lengthening, I noticed something that made my steps falter. Fresh scratches marked the wooden siding near the front door, long, parallel gouges that definitely hadn't been there when I arrived. The marks appeared to have been made by something with multiple claws, each groove cutting deep enough into the seasoned pine to expose the lighter wood beneath. I knelt to examine the scratches more closely, running my fingers along their edges. The wood felt rough and splintered, as though whatever made these marks had raked across the siding with considerable force. Each gouge measured roughly 6 inches long, and they were positioned about 7 feet off the ground, too high for any normal animal I could think of. A bear might leave similar marks, but bears in this region rarely grew large enough to reach that height while standing on hind legs. The scratches looked fresh, made within the last day or two at most. The exposed wood showed no signs of weathering, and small curls of pine shavings still clung to some of the deeper gouges. I tried to convince myself that some large animal had simply been investigating the cabin, perhaps drawn by unfamiliar scents or curious about the recent human activity. But the methodical spacing of the marks suggested something more deliberate than casual investigation. That evening, I found myself constantly glancing toward the windows as darkness fell. Every creak of the old cabin settling, every whisper of wind through the trees, seemed amplified in the profound quiet. I kept the rifle close at hand and made sure all the windows were securely latched, though the flimsy hardware would pose little obstacle to anything truly determined to gain entry. Around midnight, I was startled awake by a sound I couldn't immediately identify, a rhythmic scraping noise that seemed to come from just outside the cabin walls. Heart hammering against my ribs, I lay motionless in the darkness, straining my ears to pinpoint the source. The scraping continued for several minutes, moving slowly around the cabin's perimeter like something conducting a methodical inspection of the structure. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the sound ceased. The silence that followed felt pregnant with menace, as though something waited just beyond the thin barrier of log walls. I remained awake until dawn, clutching the rifle and jumping at every small noise. When morning finally arrived, I rushed outside to examine the cabin's exterior. Fresh scratches covered nearly every surface I could see, all positioned at the same height as the original marks. Whatever had made them possessed remarkable reach and seemed to have circled the entire building multiple times during the night. The methodical nature of the damage sent waves of unease through my chest. This wasn't random animal behavior. It suggested intelligence and purpose that I found deeply disturbing. By the third morning, exhaustion had settled into my bones like a physical weight. I'd managed perhaps 2 hours of actual rest, spending most of the night alert to every sound filtering through the cabin walls. The fresh scratches covered the building's exterior in overlapping patterns, creating an almost artistic design that might have been beautiful under different circumstances. I drove into the nearest town, a place called Cedar Falls, about 15 miles down a winding mountain road. The general store doubled as a post office and social hub, its wooden floors creaking under the weight of hunters, hikers, and locals picking up supplies. Behind the counter stood a woman in her 60s with steel gray hair and intelligent blue eyes that seemed to catalog every detail of my appearance. "You must be Vincent's grandson," she said before I'd even spoken. "I'm Dorothy. Heard you'd inherited the old place up on Bear Ridge. How you finding it up there?" "It's quiet," I replied, selecting a box of ammunition from the shelf behind her. "Almost too quiet, if that makes sense." Dorothy nodded knowingly. Isolation can play tricks on a person's mind, especially someone not used to it. That cabin's been empty for over a year now. Sometimes when a place sits vacant that long, it starts attracting attention. Something in her tone made me look up sharply. "What kind of attention?" "Oh, you know how it is. Animals get bold when humans aren't around to keep them in line. Bears, mostly. Sometimes a mountain lion drifts down from the high country. Your grandfather had his share of visitors toward the end." I paid for the ammunition and a motion-activated trail camera, hoping to capture whatever was leaving those marks. Dorothy watched me count out bills with an expression that suggested she knew more than she was saying. "Word of advice," she said as I turned to leave. "Vincent was a good man, but he got peculiar in his final months. Started talking about things that didn't make much sense. If you find yourself hearing or seeing things that seem off, don't hesitate to come back to town. Sometimes the mountain does things to people's heads." The drive back to the cabin gave me time to consider Dorothy's words. Vincent had always seemed sharp and rational during his visits to our house, but people could hide mental decline, especially proud old men who valued their independence. Maybe his death hadn't been as straightforward as the newspaper reported. Maybe isolation and age had affected his judgment, leading to the accident that killed him. I spent the afternoon installing the trail camera on a tree about 30 feet from the cabin, positioning it to capture the area where most of the scratches appeared. The device was equipped with infrared capability for nighttime photography, and I set it to take pictures at 30-second intervals whenever motion triggered the sensor. As darkness approached, I found myself dreading another sleepless night. The scratching sounds had become almost routine, but familiarity didn't make them less disturbing. If anything, the consistent nature of the phenomenon suggested I was dealing with something that operated according to patterns I couldn't understand. Around 10 o'clock, I heard footsteps on the wooden porch. Slow, deliberate sounds that definitely belonged to a human rather than an animal. My heart rate spiked as I grabbed the rifle and crept toward the front window. Through the gap between curtains, I could see a tall figure standing motionless near the door, facing away from the cabin toward the dark forest. The figure appeared to be an elderly man wearing work clothes, his posture stooped with age. Something about his silhouette seemed familiar, though I couldn't immediately place why. He stood there for several minutes without moving, as though listening for something in the woods beyond. "Hello?" I called through the closed door. "Can I help you with something?" The figure didn't respond or acknowledge my voice in any way. He simply continued standing there, perfectly still, like a statue carved from shadow. After another minute, he began walking toward the tree line with the same deliberate pace. Within moments, the darkness swallowed him completely, leaving me to wonder if I'd imagined the entire encounter. I checked the door locks twice and made sure all windows were secure before trying to sleep. The scratching sounds began around midnight, more aggressive than previous nights. Whatever was making them seemed to be using considerable force, gouging deep furrows in the cabin's exterior walls. The methodical scraping continued for hours, occasionally punctuated by what sounded like heavy breathing or low growls. When dawn finally broke, I rushed outside with sick anticipation of what I might find. The trail camera had vanished from its mounting tree, leaving only the metal bracket and a few torn straps. The tree itself bore fresh scratches similar to those covering the cabin, but these marks extended much higher than before, at least 12 feet off the ground. As I stood staring at the impossible height of the scratches, a voice spoke from behind me. Told you this place attracts attention. I spun around to find an old man emerging from the forest, moving with surprising silence for someone his age. He appeared to be in his 70s, with weathered skin and intelligent gray eyes that held mine with uncomfortable intensity. His clothes looked like they'd seen decades of outdoor work, patched denim and flannel worn soft by time and weather. "Name's Earl," he said, extending a calloused hand. "I live about 2 miles over the ridge. Been keeping an eye on Vincent's place since he passed." I shook his hand cautiously, noting the strength in his grip. "I didn't know Vincent had neighbors up here. I'm his grandson." "Vincent mentioned you a few times over the years. Said you stopped coming around after that last hunting trip when you were a boy." Earl's eyes studied my face carefully. "Something spooked you pretty good back then, didn't it?" The memory tried to surface, but I pushed it back down. "I don't really remember much about that trip. I was pretty young." Earl nodded slowly, as though he'd expected that answer. "Sometimes our minds protect us from things we're not ready to understand. But this place, it has a way of bringing the past back to the surface." I gestured toward the scratches covering the cabin walls. "You wouldn't happen to know what's been doing this, would you?" "Black bears, most likely. They get curious about empty buildings, especially if they smell food inside. Vincent always kept a well-stocked pantry." Earl walked closer to examine the marks, though his expression suggested he didn't entirely believe his own explanation. "These are pretty high up, though. Must be a big one." "I saw someone on my porch last night. An old man just standing there looking into the woods." Earl's demeanor shifted subtly, becoming more guarded. "Probably just someone from town checking on the place. People around here look out for each other." He didn't answer when I called to him. Just walked into the forest and disappeared. "Well," Earl said after a long pause, "these mountains can play tricks on a person's eyes, especially at night. Shadows move in ways that don't always make sense." I wanted to press him for more details, but something in his manner suggested he wouldn't be forthcoming. Instead, I invited him inside for coffee, hoping a more relaxed setting might encourage him to share whatever he obviously knew about this place. The cabin's interior seemed to make Earl uncomfortable. He accepted a cup of coffee but remained standing near the door, as though ready to leave at a moment's notice. His gaze kept drifting toward the windows, scanning the forest beyond with obvious concern. "Vincent talked about you quite a bit toward the end," Earl said eventually. "Worried about what would happen to this place after he was gone. Said you were the only family he had left, but he wasn't sure you'd want to come back here." "Why wouldn't I want to come back?" Earl set down his coffee cup and met my eyes directly. "Because some places hold on to things that happened in them. Pain, fear, trauma. It all soaks into the ground like blood. Vincent knew that better than most." "What kind of things happened here?" "That's not my story to tell. But if you're planning to stay, you should know that Vincent didn't die the way the newspaper reported. There wasn't any accident with firewood chopping." The words hit me like a physical blow. "What do you mean?" "I found his body. The sheriff asked me to keep quiet about the details, said it would be easier on the family if people thought it was just an accident." Earl moved toward the door, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of our conversation. "Vincent died scared, son. Something had him running through these woods in the middle of the night, running so hard his heart gave out." Before I could respond, Earl stepped outside and began walking toward the forest. I followed him onto the porch, my mind reeling with questions. "What was he running from?" I called after him. Earl paused at the edge of the clearing and looked back. "Same thing you've been hearing scratching at these walls. Same thing that's been watching you from the tree line every night since you arrived." With that, he disappeared into the dense undergrowth, leaving me alone with the implications of his words. The official story about Vincent's death had been a lie, designed to spare my family the knowledge that he'd died in terror. But terror of what? And why had Earl chosen to tell me the truth now? As I stood on the porch, processing this revelation, I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. About 50 yards away, partially concealed behind a massive oak tree, a figure watched me. Even at that distance, I could make out the familiar silhouette, the same elderly man I'd seen on my porch the night before. This time, however, I could see his face more clearly. The features looked disturbingly familiar, though I couldn't immediately place where I might have seen them before. The man stood motionless for several minutes, then raised one hand in what might have been a greeting or warning before melting back into the shadows between the trees. I spent the rest of the day trying to rationalize what Earl had told me. Maybe Vincent had suffered a stroke or heart attack that left him disoriented, causing him to wander into the woods in confusion. Maybe Earl had embellished the story, adding dramatic elements to a more mundane medical emergency. But deep down, I knew I was grasping for explanations that didn't fit the evidence. The scratches on the cabin walls were real. The figure watching me from the forest was real. And somewhere in the depths of my childhood memories, buried under layers of protective forgetfulness, lay the truth about what had driven me away from this place 15 years ago. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, fragmented images from that childhood hunting trip flickered through my consciousness like scenes from a half-remembered nightmare. I could recall the taste of fear in my mouth, the feeling of running through dark woods, and the sound of my grandfather calling my name with desperate urgency. But the central event, whatever had caused such lasting trauma, remained locked away behind a wall of protective amnesia. I spent the 4th day searching through Vincent's belongings, hoping to find some clue that might explain the mystery surrounding his death. Hidden beneath loose floorboards near his bed, I discovered a metal box containing old photographs and handwritten journals dating back several decades. Most of the photos showed hunting trips and outdoor adventures, but one image made my hands shake as I held it. The photograph was taken during my final visit 15 years ago. It showed me and Vincent standing beside a large buck he'd shot, both of us smiling broadly at the camera. But in the background, barely visible among the trees, lurked a tall figure that definitely hadn't been there when the picture was taken. The image was too blurry to make out details, but something about the figure's posture and stance sent waves of recognition through my nervous system. I found the relevant journal entry from that same week. Vincent's normally neat handwriting became increasingly erratic as the entries progressed. Day 3. The boy saw it again today. Asked me why the man in the woods looked so sad. I told him it was just shadows playing tricks, but he's too smart to believe that. Starting to think bringing him here was a mistake. Day 5. It's getting bolder. Came right up to the cabin last night while we were sleeping. Found tracks this morning. Human tracks, but wrong somehow. Too long, spaced too far apart. Day 7. The boy refuses to go outside alone now. Keeps asking about the man who looks like me. God help me, I think he's right. It does look like me. Or what I might look like if I'd died years ago and forgotten how to be human. The final entry was dated the day before we left. Day 8. It spoke to him. While I was checking snares, it called to him from the forest using my voice. The boy came running back to camp terrified and babbling about his grandfather being in 2 places at once. We're leaving first thing in the morning. This place isn't safe for children. Maybe it isn't safe for anyone. I closed the journal with trembling hands, pieces of memory beginning to surface despite my mind's resistance. I could remember now, the voice calling my name from deep in the woods, sounding exactly like Vincent but coming from the wrong direction. The figure that moved between trees with impossible grace, always staying just beyond clear sight. And the growing certainty that something was very wrong with this place. Something that made my 12-year-old brain recoil in instinctive terror. As afternoon faded into evening, I found myself pacing the cabin's small interior like a caged animal. The walls felt increasingly confining, and every shadow beyond the windows seemed to harbor potential threats. I needed to understand what was happening here, needed to confront whatever had driven both me and my grandfather away from this place. Around sunset, I made a decision that would have seemed insane just days earlier. I loaded the rifle, pocketed extra ammunition, and stepped outside to wait. If something was watching me from the forest, if some presence had been tormenting my family for years, then it was time for a direct confrontation. The temperature dropped rapidly as darkness settled over the mountains. I sat on the porch steps, rifle across my knees, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. Hours passed in tense silence, broken only by the distant call of an owl and the whisper of wind through pine needles. Near midnight, I heard my name being called from somewhere deep in the forest. The voice sounded exactly like Vincent's, though I knew with absolute certainty that my grandfather was dead and buried in the town cemetery 15 miles away. The call came again, more urgent this time, as though he were in some kind of distress. Against every instinct screaming warnings in my head, I stood and began walking toward the sound. The voice continued calling, always staying just far enough ahead to remain out of sight. I followed it deeper into the woods than I'd ever ventured, guided by moonlight filtering through the canopy and the increasingly frantic tone of the calls. After what felt like hours of walking, I emerged into a small clearing I'd never seen before. At its center stood the figure I'd been glimpsing from a distance, the same elderly man who'd been watching me from the forest. In the pale moonlight, I could finally see his face clearly. It was Vincent. Or rather, it was Vincent as he might have appeared after months of living wild in the forest. His clothes hung in tatters, his hair and beard grown long and unkempt. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor that made him look more corpse than living man. But his eyes held a terrible awareness that fixed on me with desperate intensity. "You came back," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper that barely sounded human. "I told you to stay away, but you came back anyway." I raised the rifle, though my hands shook so badly I could barely aim. "You're dead. I saw your grave." Vincent, or whatever this thing was, shook his head slowly. "Death isn't always the end, boy. Not in places like this. Some things hold on, refuse to let go. Some things get twisted into shapes that shouldn't exist. What happened to you?" "I found something in these woods. Something that's been waiting here much longer than any of us have been alive. It showed me things. Terrible things about what this place really is." He took a step closer, and I could smell the overwhelming odor of decay and earth. "It wanted me to bring you back here when you were a child. Wanted to show you the same things it showed me." The memory hit me then with devastating clarity. I remembered now. Following Vincent into these same woods, hearing voices that sounded like family members calling from impossible directions. I remembered seeing things moving between the trees that my young mind had interpreted as ghosts or monsters. And I remembered Vincent himself changing, becoming something else entirely as the week progressed. "You're not my grandfather," I whispered. The thing wearing Vincent's face smiled, revealing teeth that were far too sharp. "Smart boy. Always were too smart for your own good. Your grandfather died the day you left this place 15 years ago. I've been wearing his shape ever since, waiting for you to come home. The revelation should have sent me fleeing back toward the cabin, but instead I found myself frozen in place, paralyzed by the implications of what I was hearing. If Vincent had been dead for 15 years, who had been visiting our family home? Who had died in the woods a year ago, leaving behind a body that convinced everyone he'd simply lived longer than anyone realized? "You visited us," I said, struggling to process the impossibility of the situation. "Every Christmas, every birthday. You knew things only my grandfather could have known." The creature nodded, its expression shifting between Vincent's familiar features and something far more alien. "Memory is just information, boy. When someone dies in a place like this, all their thoughts and experiences soak into the ground like spilled blood. I absorbed everything he was, everything he knew and felt and remembered. But you're not him. No. I'm something much older. I was here before your grandfather, before his grandfather, before any human walked these mountains. This forest is my body, these trees my nervous system. Every living thing that dies here becomes part of me. I tried to back away, but my legs refused to obey. The rifle felt impossibly heavy in my hands, and I realized with growing horror that I couldn't remember how to operate it properly. The creature's presence seemed to be affecting my mind, making coherent thought increasingly difficult. You've been feeding on my family for years, I managed to say. Feeding is the wrong word. I've been learning. Humans fascinate me with your capacity for complex emotion and abstract thought. Your grandfather was particularly interesting. His love for you, his guilt over bringing you to this place, his desperate desire to protect you from what he'd unleashed. The thing that looked like Vincent circled me slowly, never taking its eyes off my face. Do you remember what really happened during that last hunting trip? Do you remember what you saw? Against my will, the memory surfaced completely. I was 12 years old again, following my grandfather deeper into the forest than we'd ever gone before. We were tracking a wounded deer when Vincent suddenly stopped and pointed toward a massive oak tree ahead of us. Look closely at the trunk, he whispered. Tell me what you see. At first I saw nothing unusual, but as my eyes adjusted, the bark seemed to shift and flow like liquid. Faces appeared in the wood grain, dozens of human faces, all with their mouths open as though screaming. Men, women, children, all trapped within the tree itself, aware and suffering but unable to escape. They're all still here, Vincent had said, his voice filled with a mixture of wonder and terror. Everyone who's ever died in these woods. The forest keeps them, makes them part of itself. I remembered running then, crashing through the underbrush in blind panic while Vincent called after me. I remembered reaching the cabin and refusing to leave it, even to use the outdoor toilet. And I remembered the figure that watched our cabin every night for the remaining week, a tall shape that moved between the trees with Vincent's gait, but somehow wasn't him. You remember now, the creature said, bringing me back to the present. Your grandfather tried to leave after that, tried to take you away before you saw any more. But I couldn't let him go. He'd seen too much, learned too much about what I really am. So you killed him. I absorbed him, made him part of the collective consciousness that makes up my true self. He didn't suffer. In fact, he found a kind of peace in becoming part of something larger than individual existence. The creature reached out with one hand, and I noticed that its fingers were far too long to be human. You could have that same peace. No more loneliness, no more uncertainty about your place in the world. You'd be part of something eternal and magnificent. I tried to raise the rifle, but my arms wouldn't respond to my commands. The creature's influence over my nervous system was growing stronger, making it increasingly difficult to maintain independent thought. All around us, the forest itself seemed to be watching, waiting to see what I would choose. Your grandfather is still here, you know, it continued. Part of him anyway, the part that loved you most. He wants you to join us, to become part of the family we've created in these woods. Despite the terror coursing through my system, I found my voice. If he's really here, let me talk to him. Let me hear it from him directly. The creature's expression changed, becoming more recognizably Vincent's. When it spoke again, the voice carried my grandfather's familiar cadence and inflection. Hello, grandson. I've missed you terribly. Even knowing what this thing was, hearing Vincent's voice again brought tears to my eyes. Grandpa? Is it really you? Part of me, yes. The part that remembers teaching you to shoot, watching you take your first deer, reading you stories when you stayed over at our house. The voice held genuine warmth and affection. I'm sorry about what happened during that last trip. I should have protected you better. Are you Are you happy here? Vincent's expression grew thoughtful. Happy isn't the right word. But I'm not suffering, if that's what you're worried about. I'm part of something much larger now. Something that's existed since before human memory. There's a kind of peace in surrendering individual consciousness to become part of a greater whole. I wanted to believe him, wanted to accept that my grandfather had found some form of contentment in this impossible situation. But something in his tone suggested he was holding back, that not everything about his current state was as wonderful as he claimed. What about the others? I asked. The faces I saw in the tree trunk. Are they at peace too? Vincent's expression faltered slightly. Some adapt better than others. Some cling to their individual identities longer than is healthy. But eventually, they all learn to let go and become part of the collective. The forest around us had grown completely silent, as though every living creature was holding its breath in anticipation of my decision. I could feel the weight of countless eyes watching from the darkness between the trees, and I understood with growing clarity that this entire conversation was leading toward an ultimatum. What happens if I refuse? I asked. The creature's features shifted away from Vincent's familiar appearance, revealing something far more alien underneath. You can't leave, if that's what you're wondering. You've seen too much, learned too much about what this place really is. The knowledge you carry would be dangerous if it reached the outside world. So my choices are join you willingly or be forced to join you. Those have always been the only choices available to your family. Your grandfather chose to explore these woods despite the warnings he'd heard from previous generations. Your great-grandfather made the same choice. This place has been calling to your bloodline for over a century. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. How many of my family members have you absorbed? Enough to know that your genetic line carries a particular sensitivity to the supernatural. You can see and hear things that others miss. That makes you valuable to me in ways that ordinary humans are not. I thought about my parents, living peacefully in town, with no idea that their father and now their son had fallen victim to this ancient predator. They would assume I'd simply chosen to live as a hermit on my inherited property, visiting occasionally, but gradually becoming more reclusive as the years passed. The creature could maintain that deception indefinitely, using my face and voice to reassure them that I was fine, while slowly absorbing everything that made me who I was. Let me make you an offer, I said, surprising myself with the steadiness of my voice. I'll stay here willingly, become part of your collective consciousness, on one condition. The creature tilted its head with genuine curiosity. What condition? Let my grandfather go. Release whatever part of him you're holding on to and allow him to properly die. He's suffered enough. That's not how it works. Once someone becomes part of me, separation is impossible. We're all interconnected now, sharing thoughts and memories and experiences. To remove your grandfather would be like trying to extract a single drop of water from the ocean. Then I'll fight you. I'll resist becoming part of your collective for as long as possible, making the absorption process as difficult and unpleasant as I can. The creature considered this threat seriously. You could do that. But resistance only prolongs the inevitable and makes the transition more traumatic for everyone involved. Your grandfather tried to fight at first. The experience was unpleasant for all of us. Around us, the trees began to whisper with voices I almost recognized, family members from previous generations, all urging me to accept my fate peacefully. The sound was hypnotic and terrifying, a chorus of the dead trying to convince me that death wasn't really the end. But as I listened more carefully, I began to notice something the creature hadn't intended for me to hear. Beneath the surface harmony of the collective voice, individual notes of desperation and suffering leaked through. These absorbed souls weren't at peace. They were trapped, aware of their situation but powerless to escape it. You're lying, I said. They're not happy here. They're prisoners. The creature's false mask of benevolence finally slipped away completely, revealing something ancient and hungry underneath. Happiness is irrelevant. What matters is continuity, preservation, the eternal cycle of death and rebirth that keeps the forest alive. Your individual desires and fears are meaningless compared to the greater purpose you'll serve. The hypnotic effect of its presence intensified, making it nearly impossible to think clearly. I could feel my resistance weakening, my sense of self beginning to blur around the edges. In desperation, I focused on the one memory that burned brightest in my consciousness. The moment when 12-year-old me had seen the faces trapped in the oak tree and recognized the horror of what this place really was. That memory gave me the strength to raise the rifle, though my hands shook so badly I could barely aim. I won't become part of you willingly. Then you'll become part of me unwillingly. The end result is the same. The creature began moving toward me with inhuman speed, its limbs extending and reshaping themselves as it abandoned any pretense of human form. I pulled the trigger repeatedly, each shot echoing through the forest like thunder. The bullets struck their target but seemed to have no effect, passing through the creature's shifting mass without causing visible damage. As it reached for me with appendages that resembled twisted branches more than arms, I heard my grandfather's voice one final time. Not the false version the creature had been projecting, but Vincent's true voice, faint but unmistakable. "Run, boy. Get to the road. Don't look back." I didn't question the source of the warning. I turned and sprinted toward what I hoped was the direction of the cabin, crashing through underbrush and leaping over fallen logs in complete darkness. Behind me, the creature's roar of frustration shook the trees, and I could hear it pursuing me with the sound of breaking branches and disturbed earth. The forest seemed to actively impede my escape, with roots trying to trip me and low-hanging branches reaching out to snag my clothes. But somehow, guided by instinct or luck or my grandfather's spirit, I managed to stay ahead of my pursuer. After what felt like hours of blind running, I saw the cabin's dark outline ahead. I burst through the front door and immediately began throwing my belongings into my duffel bag. Whatever power this creature possessed seemed limited to the deep forest. If I could reach my truck and get back to the main road, I might have a chance of escape. The scratching sounds began before I'd finished packing, but this time they were accompanied by something far worse, the sound of the cabin's walls beginning to splinter and crack under tremendous pressure. The creature was no longer content to wait outside. It was coming in. The front wall of the cabin bulged inward as something massive pressed against it from outside. Wooden beams creaked ominously, and I could hear nails being slowly pulled from their moorings. I grabbed my bag and the rifle, racing toward the back door as the front of the structure began to collapse. The creature burst through the failing wall just as I cleared the rear exit, its form now completely inhuman, a writhing mass of vegetation and shadow that only vaguely suggested the shape it had worn earlier. Vines and branches erupted from its body, reaching for me with obvious hunger. My truck sat 20 yards away across the clearing, keys thankfully still in my pocket. I sprinted toward it as tentacles of woody growth shot past my head, some coming close enough that I could smell the overwhelming odor of decay and rich earth that surrounded the creature. The engine turned over on the third try, and I floored the accelerator before the transmission had fully engaged. Gravel sprayed behind the wheels as I fishtailed toward the narrow dirt road that led down the mountain. In the rearview mirror, I could see the creature pursuing me, flowing across the ground like a tide of animate forest matter. But as I'd hoped, its speed decreased dramatically once I reached the road. Whatever this thing was, it seemed bound to the deep wilderness, unable to venture far from its core territory. By the time I reached the paved highway 15 minutes later, I could no longer see any sign of pursuit. I drove straight through the night, stopping only for gas and avoiding any unnecessary contact with other people. The rational part of my mind kept insisting that I'd suffered some kind of psychotic break, that stress and isolation had caused me to hallucinate the entire encounter. But the cuts on my arms from crashing through the forest were real enough, and when I finally stopped at a motel 50 miles away, I could still smell that distinctive odor of earth and decay clinging to my clothes. The next morning, I called the sheriff's office in Cedar Falls and reported a gas leak at my grandfather's cabin. I explained that I'd detected a strong odor that made me feel dizzy and disoriented, and that I'd evacuated the property as a safety precaution. The deputy who took my statement seemed more concerned about potential liability issues than any supernatural activity, which suited me perfectly. 3 days later, the local newspaper reported that Vincent's cabin had burned down in an apparent electrical fire. The article mentioned that the structure was a total loss, but that no one had been injured. I felt a mixture of relief and sadness reading the brief report. Relief that the creature's lair had been destroyed, and sadness that the last physical connection to my grandfather was gone. I returned to my apartment in the city and tried to resume normal life, but the experience had changed me in ways I couldn't ignore. Every shadow seemed potentially threatening, and I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder as though something might be following me. Sleep became elusive, filled with dreams of faces trapped in tree bark and voices calling my name from dark forests. 6 months later, I received a package with no return address. Inside was a photograph of the burned cabin site, taken from a considerable distance. The image showed the blackened foundation and scattered debris, but also something else that made my hands shake as I held it. At the edge of the frame, barely visible among the surrounding trees, stood a tall figure watching the ruins. Even in the grainy photograph, I could make out enough detail to recognize the silhouette. The creature had survived the fire, probably by retreating deeper into the forest until the danger passed. It was still there, still waiting, still hungry for the kind of unique consciousness that my family seemed to provide. I moved across the country the following week, telling no one my destination. I changed my name, got a new job, and tried to build a life that had no connection to my past. But I know the distance is only a temporary protection. The creature absorbed my grandfather's memories, which means it knows everything Vincent knew about our family. Our names, our faces, our locations. Someday, it will come looking for me. Or maybe it will wait for the next generation, when I have children who carry the same genetic sensitivity that has plagued my bloodline for over a century. The hunger that drives this ancient thing is patient and persistent, and it has all the time in the world to wait for the right opportunity. Sometimes, late at night when the shadows seem deepest, I think I can hear my grandfather's voice calling my name from somewhere far away. The sound carries a warning that echoes across impossible distances, reminding me that some family legacies are curses rather than gifts, and that the most dangerous inheritance isn't money or property. It's knowledge of things that should have remained hidden in the deep, dark places where human beings were never meant to venture. I've written this account as a warning to anyone who might encounter similar phenomena. If you inherit property in isolated wilderness areas, if your family has a history of mysterious deaths or disappearances, if you hear voices calling from the forest that sound like people you love, don't investigate. Don't try to understand. Just run, as far and as fast as you can, and pray that whatever hunger you've awakened doesn't have the patience to follow you to civilization. Because some things that live in the deep woods are older than human memory, and they have learned that the best way to survive is to wear the faces of those we trust most. They know that love and curiosity will draw us back to places we should avoid, and they are willing to wait generations for the perfect opportunity to add our voices to their eternal, hungry chorus. The forest remembers everything, and now, unfortunately, so do I. It was the middle of winter, early January 2023. The holiday decorations had barely been packed away when my cousins suggested we take advantage of the long weekend. I was 28 then, desperately needing an escape from my mind-numbing office job. This time of year, right after Christmas, our region typically receives substantial snowfall, perfect for a secluded getaway. Elliot called me on a Tuesday evening. "Hey, I've been talking with Grant. Uncle Philip said we could use his cabin for the weekend. What do you think? Thursday to Saturday, just the three of us. The proposition was tempting. 3 days away from deadlines and fluorescent lighting sounded like paradise. Uncle Philip's cabin was nestled in the Sawyer Mountains, about 3 hours from town. Remote enough to feel disconnected, but not so isolated that we'd be completely cut off from civilization. Did Uncle Philip mention anything else about the cabin? I asked, remembering vague stories from family gatherings. Elliot hesitated. Well, he did say something about his kids seeing things. Apparently their 6-year-old was standing at the kitchen window last summer and started pointing outside. When Aunt Donna asked what he was looking at, the boy said there was a woman standing in the yard. Aunt Donna checked, but nobody was there. That's it? A kid with an imaginary friend? I laughed, relieved it wasn't something more unsettling. Pretty much. Oh, and there's a winter storm coming, but nothing serious. We all have 4-wheel drives and we know how to handle snow. Worst case, we get stuck with extra hot chocolate and board games. I agreed without much hesitation. The three of us had been close since childhood, Elliot with his perpetual optimism, Grant with his practical sensibility, and me somewhere in between. If anyone could make a weekend in a potentially haunted cabin enjoyable, it was us. We spent the next day gathering supplies, food to last 3 days, sleeping bags in case the heating was unreliable, firewood, portable chargers, and a medical kit, Grant's insistence. The meteorologist on the evening news mentioned potential heavy snowfall in the mountains, but nothing that concerned us. We'd driven through worse conditions before. What I didn't realize then was how thoroughly we'd underestimated both the weather and the cabin itself. Had I known what waited for us in those mountains, I would have fabricated any excuse to stay home. But ignorance propelled us forward, 3 cousins seeking relaxation, unaware that we were driving straight into a nightmare that would forever change us. Thursday afternoon arrived with overcast skies and a steady drop in temperature. We loaded our respective trucks, mine a weathered Ford, Elliot's a relatively new Chevy, and Grant's rugged Dodge, and began our journey at precisely 2:15 p.m. The plan was to reach the cabin before dark, get settled, and enjoy a warm dinner by the fireplace. The first 2 hours of driving were uneventful. We traveled in a convoy, maintaining visual contact through our rearview mirrors. The radio forecasted increasing snowfall for the mountains, but nothing that set off alarm bells. As we turned onto the unmarked gravel road leading to the property, light flurries began dusting our windshields. This is nothing, I reassured myself, watching the wipers clear thin layers of white powder. Just enough to make it feel like a proper winter retreat. The cabin appeared gradually through the trees, a large 2-story structure built primarily of dark timber and stone. It was considerably more imposing than I'd imagined from Uncle Philip's descriptions. The roof sloped steeply to prevent snow accumulation, and the windows were smaller than modern designs, giving it an older, more ominous appearance than I'd expected. We parked in a semicircle facing the cabin's entrance, the snow now falling steadily around us. The temperature display on my dashboard read 28 degrees Celsius. Home sweet home for the next couple days, Elliot called out as we grabbed our bags. His breath formed dense clouds in the frigid air. The cabin key was hidden under a hollow rock by the front steps, exactly where Uncle Philip said it would be. The door opened with a protesting creak, revealing a surprisingly spacious interior. The main floor consisted of an open living area with a stone fireplace, a kitchen with dated appliances, and a dining space with a heavy wooden table. A staircase led to the second floor, where I presumed the bedrooms were located. It's cold as hell in here, Grant muttered, dropping his bags near the entrance. Let's get a fire going before we unload everything else. The fireplace was substantial, clearly the main source of heat for the cabin. While Grant inspected it, Elliot and I explored the rest of the space. The kitchen cabinets contained basic cooking utensils, mismatched plates, and a few pantry staples. A landline telephone sat on a small table in the corner, our only communication with the outside world, as cell service was non-existent this far into the mountains. Upstairs, we found 3 bedrooms, 2 with queen beds and 1 with twin beds, plus a bathroom with a clawfoot tub and no shower. The walls were decorated with faded photographs of landscapes and ancient hunting trophies that stared down with glass eyes that seemed to follow our movements. "I call the room that doesn't have dead animals watching me sleep," I announced, claiming the smallest bedroom with the twins. By the time we finished unpacking, Grant had a robust fire crackling in the fireplace. Outside, the snow was falling more heavily, accumulating on the ground at a concerning rate. The wind had picked up as well, whistling through tiny gaps in the cabin's structure. "I think we beat the storm by just a couple hours," Grant said, looking out the window. "Another hour on the road, and we might have had trouble getting here." We settled in for the evening, preparing a simple dinner of pasta and canned sauce. The cabin grew warmer, more inviting, as night fell completely. We sat around the fire with beers in hand, exchanging stories and laughing, 3 cousins enjoying the isolation and each other's company. None of us mentioned the child's story about the woman outside the window. None of us wanted to invite that thought into our consciousness as darkness enveloped the cabin, and the sounds of the forest became increasingly audible through the howling wind. It was nearly midnight when we decided to turn in. The storm outside had intensified, battering the windows with snow and creating drifts against the cabin walls. The wind produced strange sounds, moans and whispers that I attributed to air passing through the trees and the cabin's old timber frame. As I climbed into bed, pulling the heavy quilt up to my chin, I noticed how the moonlight filtered through the snow-crusted window created unusual patterns on the wall. Shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. I closed my eyes tight, forcing myself to attribute it to fatigue and the effects of the beer. I fell asleep listening to the storm's fury, unaware that it was the last peaceful night's sleep I would have for a very long time. I awoke to the unmistakable aroma of breakfast cooking, bacon sizzling, eggs frying, the rich scent of freshly brewed coffee. The smell was so vivid, so enticing, that it pulled me from the depths of sleep instantly. Sunlight streamed through the window. The storm had passed during the night, leaving behind a pristine white landscape. The bedside clock read 7:23 a.m. Unusual for either Elliot or Grant to be awake this early on vacation, but the smell suggested someone was preparing a feast. My stomach growled in anticipation as I pulled on a sweater and shuffled toward the kitchen. In the hallway, I encountered Elliot, his hair disheveled from sleep, eyes half-lidded. "Man, whoever's cooking deserves a medal," he yawned, rubbing his eyes. "I'm absolutely starving." Together, we descended the stairs, following the mouth-watering aroma that grew stronger with each step. The kitchen doorway framed a scene bathed in morning light, countertops gleaming, the old stove standing sentinel against the wall, a kettle on the countertop. But no food, no pans on the stove, no plates set out, and no Grant. "What the hell?" Elliot muttered, looking around in confusion. "You smell that, right? I'm not hallucinating." I nodded slowly, approaching the stove and placing my hand near the surface. Cold, completely cold, as though it hadn't been used in days. The coffee maker sat unplugged in the corner, the kettle empty and cool to the touch. Yet the smell persisted. Bacon, eggs, sausage, coffee, so real I could almost taste it. "Morning." Grant's voice startled us both. He stood in the doorway, fully dressed. "You guys smell it too, huh?" We nodded in unison. "Been like this since I woke up 20 minutes ago," Grant continued, moving to examine the stove himself. "At first I thought one of you was cooking, but nobody's cooking anything," I finished, feeling a distinct uneasiness settle in my stomach. "So, where's the smell coming from?" We searched the kitchen thoroughly, checking cabinets, looking behind appliances, even inspecting the ventilation, finding nothing that could explain the phantom breakfast scents that still hung heavily in the air. "Uncle Philip didn't mention anything about ghost cooking, did he?" Elliot attempted to joke, but his voice lacked conviction. Let's just make some actual breakfast, Grant suggested pragmatically. Maybe we're all just hungry and imagining things. But as I gathered eggs and bacon from our cooler, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that we weren't alone in the cabin. The aroma had begun to fade, but occasionally intensified without warning, as though someone invisible was moving pans around a hot stove right beside us. We ate in relative silence, occasionally glancing toward the empty stove that still seemed to be the source of phantom cooking smells. Outside, the snow glistened under a clear sky, at least 8 inches deep, based on the drift against the porch railing. "We should check on the trucks," Grant said finally, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "Make sure they're good to go in case this weather turns again. Forecast said there might be another system moving in tomorrow." The suggestion seemed reasonable, practical even. But as we bundled up to step outside, I couldn't help feeling we were all looking for an excuse to leave the kitchen and its inexplicable sensory anomaly behind. None of us mentioned that the cabin's young visitor had only reported seeing a woman outside, not experiencing phantom smells. None of us wanted to consider what that might mean. That perhaps the cabin had more than one story to tell. The day had transformed into a postcard-perfect winter scene. Sunlight reflected brilliantly off the snow, and the trees stood heavily laden with white. Under different circumstances, I might have found it beautiful. Instead, every shadow among the trees seemed to harbor watchful eyes, and the pristine stillness felt artificial, too perfect, too quiet. We trudged through knee-deep snow to our vehicles, our boots leaving deep impressions in the untouched white surface. The temperature had risen slightly, but remained well below freezing. "Let's start them up and let them run for a bit," Grant suggested, pulling keys from his pocket. "Battery drain happens fast in this cold." I nodded in agreement, reaching my truck first. The door opened with resistance, snow falling from the frame as I climbed inside. The interior was freezing, the leather seat stiff beneath me. I inserted the key into the ignition and turned it confidently. The engine made a weak rattling sound, then nothing. Just a hollow click. "Come on," I muttered, trying again. Same result. A pathetic attempt to turn over. Then silence. Through my frosted window, I could see Elliot and Grant experiencing similar issues. Elliot stood beside his open driver's door, repeatedly turning his key while Grant had his hood up, staring at his engine with visible frustration. I exited my truck and approached them. "Battery issues?" "It's not the battery," Grant said firmly, wiping his hands on his jeans. "At least not in mine. Everything's connected properly, and these are all relatively new vehicles. All 3 wouldn't have battery failure simultaneously." "Could it be the cold?" Elliot suggested. Grant shook his head. "We've driven in colder conditions. Something's not right." We spent the next hour checking engines, connections, and fluids. All 3 trucks appeared to be in perfect working order, yet none would start. It made no mechanical sense. "Let's call for help," I suggested, remembering the landline inside. "Maybe Uncle Philip knows someone nearby with jumper cables or a tow truck." Back inside, I lifted the phone receiver and pressed it to my ear. No dial tone, just empty, hollow silence. "Phone's dead," I announced to the others who had followed me in. "Must be the storm knocked out the lines." "Perfect," Elliot sighed, dropping onto the sofa. "So we're stuck here until someone realizes we didn't come home tomorrow?" "People know where we are," Grant reasoned. "If we don't show up by Sunday, someone will come looking." The implication settled over us like a heavy blanket. 2 more nights in this cabin, with no transportation and no communication. Under ordinary circumstances, it might have been merely inconvenient. We had enough supplies, shelter, and heat. But after the morning's inexplicable occurrence, the prospect felt distinctly more threatening. "We need more firewood," Grant said after a long silence. "I'll check the woodshed out back. You 2 see if there's any alternative communication here. A radio, anything." I watched through the window as Grant made his way to a small structure about 50 yards behind the cabin. The woodshed was barely visible through the trees, its dark shape contrasting with the surrounding snow. Grant's figure grew smaller as he trudged through the deep snow, eventually disappearing among the trees. Elliot and I searched the cabin for anything that might help our situation. Finding nothing but old magazines, board games with missing pieces, and dusty books on shelves. The isolation that had seemed appealing just yesterday now felt oppressive. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Grant should have returned by now. "I'm going to check on him," I told Elliot, reaching for my coat. Just as I was pulling on my boots, the front door burst open. Grant stood there, his face ashen, eyes wide with an expression I'd never seen on him before. Pure, undiluted fear. "There's someone else here," he gasped, slamming the door behind him and leaning against it. "I swear to God I'm not making this up." "What happened?" I demanded, helping Grant to the sofa. His hands were trembling violently, and his breathing came in rapid, shallow bursts. "I was loading firewood," he began, his voice unsteady. "I had my arms full, ready to head back. Then I heard someone laugh. A woman's laugh, soft, almost playful, like she was amused by something." Elliot and I exchanged glances. "Maybe it was just the wind," Elliot suggested, but his tone lacked conviction. Grant shook his head emphatically. "No, it was a laugh, clear as day. I turned around and—" He swallowed hard. There was a woman standing about 20 feet away at the edge of the trees. She was wearing what looked like a white nightgown. Her hair was long, dark brown. She was just watching me. "Did she say anything?" I asked, trying to keep my voice level despite the cold fear spreading through my chest. "No." She smiled at me, then turned and walked behind the woodshed. I dropped the wood and ran after her. I thought maybe she lived nearby, could help us with the trucks or phone. But when I got around the shed, there was no one there. And the thing is, his voice dropped to a whisper. There were no footprints. None. Just untouched snow everywhere. The silence that followed was deafening, each of us processing what this meant. "We need to check," Elliot said finally, standing up. "All of us together." Nobody argued. We bundled up and ventured outside, staying close to one another as we approached the woodshed. The snow around it was disturbed only by Grant's footprints, deep indentations leading from the cabin to the shed and back, with a chaotic pattern where he had apparently dropped the wood and given chase. But there were no other prints. No sign that anyone else had been there. "I swear she was here," Grant insisted, his voice cracking. "Right there, by those trees." I approached the spot he indicated. The snow was pristine, unmarked by human passage. The surrounding forest stood silent, indifferent to our confusion and growing fear. "I believe you saw something," I said carefully. But whoever it was, they didn't leave tracks. "So what are you saying?" Grant demanded. "That I hallucinated? That I'm losing my mind?" "No," Elliot interjected. "We all smelled breakfast this morning when nobody was cooking. Something strange is happening here. I just don't know what." We gathered the scattered firewood in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The woods around us seemed to press closer, the silence more absolute than natural. Even the birds had gone quiet. Back inside, we built up the fire and huddled around it, seeking comfort in its warmth and light. Nobody wanted to voice the obvious connection to Uncle Philip's story. A woman seen outside where no woman should be. "Let's think this through logically," I suggested, desperate to impose some rationality on our situation. 3 vehicles don't just stop working simultaneously without cause. Maybe there's something environmental affecting them, some kind of electromagnetic interference or something. "That doesn't explain the woman," Grant muttered. "Or the cooking smells," Elliot added. We spent the remainder of the day in a state of heightened awareness, jumping at every creak of the cabin's timbers, every whistle of wind through the eaves. We played cards, attempting to distract ourselves, but our conversation was stilted, our minds elsewhere. As darkness fell, the atmosphere in the cabin grew even more oppressive. The shadows seemed deeper, the corners darker. We kept the fire blazing, pushing back against the night. None of us wanted to acknowledge the dread that had settled over us, the certainty that whatever had begun, it wasn't finished with us yet. "We should take shifts sleeping tonight," Grant suggested as the clock approached midnight. "One person stays awake at all times." No one argued. We drew straws to determine the order. Elliot would take first watch, then me, then Grant. The arrangement provided little comfort, but it was better than nothing. As I climbed the stairs to my bedroom, I paused at the window overlooking the backyard and the woodshed. For just a moment, I thought I saw a pale figure standing at the tree line, a flash of white against the darkness. But when I blinked and looked again, there was nothing there but shadows and snow. I told myself it was just my imagination, overwrought from the day's events. But as I settled into bed, listening to the house creak and moan around me, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, studied, by eyes that belonged to something that wasn't quite human anymore. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by strange dreams and the persistent feeling of being observed. In my dreams, I wandered through the cabin, following the scent of cooking food, only to find a woman in white standing at the stove, her back to me. When she turned, her face was a void, a blank emptiness where features should have been. I woke with a strangled gasp at 2:17 a.m. according to the bedside clock. My shift to keep watch would begin at 2:30, 13 minutes to compose myself, to shake off the lingering tendrils of the nightmare. The cabin was quiet except for the occasional pop and crackle from the fireplace downstairs. I pulled on my sweater and made my way carefully down the darkened hallway, trying to avoid the floorboards that had creaked under our weight earlier. Elliot sat rigid in an armchair facing the front windows, a battery-powered lantern casting a small circle of light around him. He didn't acknowledge my approach until I was directly beside him. "Hey," I whispered, touching his shoulder. He flinched violently. "Sorry," he mumbled, running a hand over his face. "Must have zoned out." "Anything happened during your watch?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "Nothing concrete, just noises, probably the wind." "What kind of noises?" "Scratching at the windows. And I keep thinking I hear someone walking upstairs, but then I remember you and Grant are up there, so..." He trailed off, leaving the implication hanging. "Well, I'm here now. Get some sleep." Elliot nodded gratefully and retreated upstairs. I took his place in the armchair, adjusting the lantern to cast light on both the front door and the kitchen doorway. The fire had died down to glowing embers, providing minimal heat and even less light. The silence was absolute. No wind, no creaking timber, no nocturnal animals. Just stillness so complete it felt unnatural, as though the world outside had ceased to exist, leaving only this cabin suspended in void. At 3:08 a.m. the scratching began. At first it was so faint I thought I'd imagined it, a light, almost tentative sound at the window to my right. Tiny noises like fingernails dragging gently across glass. I sat perfectly still, straining to locate the source. The scratching moved, from the right window to the left, then to the front door. Methodical. Deliberate. As though something was testing each entry point. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and frail in the darkness. "Is someone there?" The scratching stopped immediately. The silence that followed was somehow worse, expectant, charged with potential energy. Then came the footsteps from the kitchen. Soft, measured steps on the wooden floor. The distinct sound of a heel, then toe. The gait of a woman walking slowly, unhurried. I raised the lantern, pointing its beam toward the kitchen doorway. Empty. Yet the footsteps continued, now moving across the kitchen toward the living room. Toward me. My throat constricted with terror. I wanted to call out for Elliot and Grant, but no sound would come. I was frozen, watching the empty doorway as the footsteps drew nearer. They stopped just at the threshold of the living room, at the exact point where the lantern light met darkness. "Who's there?" I finally managed, my voice cracking. A whisper came in response, so quiet I almost missed it. "I'm cold." The lantern flickered, dimmed, then went out completely. In the sudden darkness, I heard the footsteps resume, now moving directly toward my chair. I scrambled backward, tripping over the coffee table and landing hard on the floor. Pain shot through my elbow, but adrenaline overwhelmed it. I crawled frantically toward where I knew the fireplace to be, hoping to find a poker, a log, anything to defend myself. My hand closed around the metal handle of the fire poker just as I felt something cold brush against my cheek, like fingers made of ice trailing along my skin. I lashed out blindly with the poker, connecting with nothing but air. The touch withdrew. The footsteps receded, moving back toward the kitchen, then up the stairs. Each creak of the steps distinct, deliberate. I fumbled with the lantern, shaking it desperately until it flickered back to life. The living room was empty. I shone the light toward the staircase, nothing visible, yet the footsteps continued their ascent. They stopped outside the bedrooms upstairs. "Grant, Elliot!" I shouted, finding my voice at last. "Wake up!" Doors flew open upstairs. Heavy footsteps, real solid footsteps, pounded across the hall as my cousins responded to my call. "What's happening?" Grant demanded, appearing at the top of the stairs, Elliot right behind him. "There's someone in the house," I gasped, still clutching the poker. "I heard footsteps coming up the stairs, right to where you're standing." They looked at each other, then back at me, their expressions a mixture of concern and fear. "There's no one here," Elliot said gently, descending the stairs. "We would have seen them." "I heard it," I insisted, "and before that, scratching at the windows. And—" I hesitated, not wanting to sound completely unhinged. "I heard a voice. It said, 'I'm cold.'" Grant joined us in the living room, his face grim. "I believe you. After what I saw today, I believe you." We rebuilt the fire together, none of us willing to be alone. The remainder of the night passed in tense silence, all pretense of sleep shifts abandoned. We sat vigil until dawn, jumping at every sound, watching the windows and doors for any sign of intrusion. When morning finally came, we were exhausted, strung out, and no closer to understanding what was happening in this isolated cabin in the mountains. The phantom breakfast smells returned with the morning light. Stronger now, almost overwhelming. None of us mentioned it as we moved mechanically through our morning routines, brewing actual coffee and preparing a simple meal of the few provisions we had left. "We need to try the vehicles again," Grant said between bites of dry cereal. "If they still won't start, we should consider walking out. The nearest town can't be more than 10 miles. 10 miles through snow this deep?" Elliot shook his head. "That's a last resort. Someone will come looking for us by tomorrow if we don't show up back home today." "Unless they can't get their vehicles to start either," I pointed out grimly. "Whatever's affecting our trucks could be more widespread." We fell silent, considering the implications. The strange occurrences in the cabin were terrifying, but at least we had shelter, heat, and some food. Venturing into the wilderness in winter conditions carried its own deadly risks. "Let's check the trucks first," Grant decided. "Then we'll make a plan." Outside, the day was clear again, the sun reflecting blindingly off the snow. We approached our vehicles with little hope, but went through the motions anyway, turning keys in ignitions, checking connections, tapping on gauges. As expected, none of the engines would turn over. "This makes no sense," Grant muttered, slamming his truck's hood down in frustration. "There's nothing mechanically wrong with any of them." We were heading back to the cabin when Elliot suddenly stopped, pointing toward the tree line beyond the woodshed. "Look there." Is that a structure? I squinted against the glare of sun on snow. Something dark was visible through the trees, the corner of what might be another building, perhaps a quarter-mile away. I don't remember seeing that yesterday, I said slowly. We were focused on the woodshed, Grant reasoned. Might have missed it. Could be another cabin. Maybe someone who could help us. The decision was unanimous. We would investigate. We marked our path with broken branches stuck upright in the snow, creating a trail we could follow back if visibility decreased. The trek was difficult, the snow reaching mid-thigh in some drifts, but determination pushed us forward. As we drew closer, the structure took shape. Not a cabin, but a small, weathered house. Its windows were dark, the paint peeling from its wooden siding. It had clearly been abandoned for some time, yet somehow had escaped the notice of whoever maintained Uncle Philip's property. The front door hung partially open, swollen with moisture and unable to close properly. We approached cautiously, calling out to announce our presence, though we were fairly certain no one would answer. "Hello? Anyone here? We need some help." Silence greeted us. Grant pushed the door wider, and it groaned in protest as we entered. The interior was a single room, a small rustic dwelling with basic furnishings covered in dust and cobwebs. A cast-iron stove stood against one wall, a bed against another. A simple wooden table with 2 chairs occupied the center, and shelves lined with preserved foods and supplies covered another wall. "Looks like some kind of caretaker's house," Elliot suggested, examining the space. "Probably abandoned when they built the larger cabin." I moved toward a small desk in the corner, where papers were scattered in disarray. Most were too water-damaged to read, but a few remained legible. Property records, maintenance notes, and personal correspondence dating back to the 1980s. One envelope caught my attention, yellowed with age but protected from the worst of the elements by the desk drawer it partially protruded from. I carefully extracted it, finding a newspaper clipping inside along with a handwritten letter. The clipping, dated January 12, 1982, bore the headline, "Woman Found Frozen Near Mountain Cabin." I read it aloud to the others. The body of Josephine Harlow, 34, was discovered yesterday morning approximately 100 yards from her residence in the Sawyer Mountains. Authorities believe Harlow became disoriented during the severe blizzard that hit the region last weekend. She was found wearing only a nightgown, having apparently left her home without proper attire. Harlow lived alone in the remote location following the death of her husband 3 years prior. Neighbors report she had become increasingly reclusive and erratic in recent months. The county coroner listed cause of death as hypothermia. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature ran through me as I turned to the letter. It was addressed to someone named Arthur, dated 1 week before the newspaper article. "Arthur, I cannot stay here another night." The solitude was bearable at first, even welcome after John's passing. But something has changed. I hear cooking in an empty kitchen. The vehicles won't start without reason. And most troubling, I've begun to see a figure standing at the edge of the property. A woman in white who vanishes when approached. I fear for my sanity. I've called the property office to terminate my caretaking position. I'll leave as soon as the road's clear. Please check on me if you don't hear from me by the 10th. Josephine. My hands trembled as I finished reading. We stood in stunned silence, the implications sinking in like a stone in deep water. "She experienced the same things we are," Grant whispered, 40 years ago. "And then she died in the snow," Elliot added, his voice hollow. "Trying to escape whatever was happening." I reread the letter, a terrible understanding dawning. The woman in white that Josephine saw. What if that's who you saw at the woodshed? What if that's who I heard last night? "But Josephine died," Grant said slowly. "She was found frozen in her nightgown." The realization hit us simultaneously. The woman in the white nightgown seen by Grant, by Uncle Philip's son, perhaps by countless others over the years, was Josephine herself. "We need to get back to the cabin," I said urgently. "Pack our things and try the trucks again. If they won't start, we need to stay put and wait for help." "What if help doesn't come?" Elliot asked, voicing the fear we all shared. "Then we stay together," I insisted. "No matter what happens, we stay together." We left the caretaker's house with the letter and newspaper clipping, following our marked path back to the cabin. The day was advancing, the sun beginning its descent toward the western horizon. We had perhaps 4 hours of daylight left. None of us spoke of what we'd found, but a shared understanding hung in the air between us. We weren't dealing with imagination or coincidence. Something inexplicable was happening in these mountains, something that had claimed at least one life before, and we were trapped in the middle of it. The remainder of Saturday passed in tense anticipation. We gathered our belongings, packed our vehicles, and prepared for either rescue or another night in the cabin. The strange occurrences continued. Phantom cooking smells wafting through the kitchen, unexplained footsteps on the stairs, the occasional glimpse of something white moving at the periphery of our vision. But understanding the history somehow made it more bearable. The terror remained, but it was tempered by a kind of sad comprehension. Josephine Harlow had died trying to escape something she couldn't understand. We were determined not to share her fate. We maintained the fire, conserved our remaining food, and kept constant watch on each other and our surroundings. As night fell, we agreed to sleep in shifts again, but this time no one would be alone. 2 awake, 1 asleep, rotating every 3 hours. The scratching returned at the windows after midnight, more insistent now, almost desperate. The temperature inside the cabin dropped dramatically despite the fire, our breath visible in the air. "I'm cold," came the whisper from the kitchen, audible to all of us this time. So cold. None of us responded. What could we say to a voice from beyond death? To a woman who had died in the snow 4 decades ago, trying to escape the very phenomena she now seemed to perpetuate. The night stretched endlessly, each hour an exercise in endurance. When dawn finally broke on Sunday morning, we were exhausted but alive, and filled with renewed determination to leave this place. "Let's try the trucks one more time," Grant suggested as the first light filtered through the windows. Together. We stepped outside into the bitter morning air. The snow had hardened overnight, a thin crust of ice forming over its surface that crunched beneath our boots. The sky was clear, promising another deceptively beautiful winter day. We approached my truck first, all 3 of us standing beside it as I inserted the key into the ignition. I took a deep breath, offered a silent prayer to whatever might be listening, and turned the key. The engine roared to life immediately, as though it had never had a problem. We stared at each other in disbelief, then rushed to the other vehicles. Each started perfectly, engines purring in the cold morning air. "I don't understand," Elliot said, shaking his head. "Why now? What changed?" I thought about Josephine's letter, about her plans to leave when the roads cleared. Maybe she just wanted company, someone to understand what happened to her. "Or maybe she's warning us," Grant suggested quietly, "making sure we don't stay too long, like she did." We didn't linger to theorize further. We closed up the cabin, leaving it exactly as we'd found it apart from our depleted firewood and food supplies. No one suggested returning for Uncle Philip's key. We left it on the kitchen table, eager to put distance between ourselves and this place. As I was about to climb into my truck, I turned for one last look at the cabin. A movement caught my eye, a figure in the kitchen window, watching us. A woman with long brown hair wearing what appeared to be a white nightgown. She raised her hand slowly, palm pressed against the glass. I didn't tell the others. Some things are better left unshared. Instead, I raised my own hand in a mirroring gesture, an acknowledgement. A farewell. Our convoy pulled away from the cabin, tires crunching on hardened snow. No one spoke on the drive back to town, each of us processing what we'd experienced in our own way. We parted with brief, awkward hugs and promises to call later. But we never really talked about it again, not in any meaningful way. What was there to say that wouldn't sound insane to anyone who hadn't been there? How could we explain the inexplicable? Uncle Philip called me a month later to say the cabin had been sold to developers. 6 months after that, he mentioned casually that the new owners had demolished it, planning to build a more modern structure in its place. The demolition had been complicated by an unexplained fire that consumed what remained of the old cabin. The caretaker's house was never mentioned. Perhaps the developers never found it, hidden as it was among the trees. I've often wondered what happened to Josephine after the cabin was destroyed. Did the flames release her from whatever bound her to that place? Or does she still wander the property, confused and cold, seeking warmth and companionship in her eternal isolation? I don't know if I'll ever return to the Sawyer Mountains to find out. Some questions are better left unanswered. But on cold January nights when the wind howls outside my window, I sometimes catch the faint scent of bacon frying, eggs sizzling in a pan. And I wonder if Josephine found her way here, following us home from that isolated cabin in the mountains. I wonder if she's still trying to tell us something we failed to understand. I must preface this account with complete transparency about its origins. What I'm about to share was told to me repeatedly by someone I've known for over 15 years, a man whose judgment I trust implicitly. We'll call him Marcus. I consider myself a rational person, someone who approaches extraordinary claims with healthy skepticism. Yet Marcus has never been one for fabrication or embellishment. His character is built on practicality and straight talk. This story was first shared during a hunting trip in 2018, then retold on several occasions since. Each telling remained remarkably consistent in its details, which either speaks to its truthfulness or Marcus's commitment to maintaining a very elaborate lie. Given his nature, I lean toward the former, though I admit some details strain credibility. Marcus is a man in his early 50s, weathered by decades of outdoor work and military service. He's the kind of person you'd want beside you in a crisis, calm under pressure, methodical in his thinking, and possessed of that particular brand of Southern common sense that keeps people alive in dangerous situations. He's also an experienced outdoorsman who's spent countless nights alone in remote wilderness areas across the Southeast. What makes his account particularly unsettling is not just what happened, but how it affected him. In all the years I've known Marcus, I've seen him handle snakes, bears, armed trespassers, and medical emergencies with the same unflappable demeanor. Yet when he speaks of this encounter, something changes in his voice, a subtle tension that wasn't there before. The incident occurred during late September of 2017, when Marcus decided on impulse to take a solo camping trip. He'd been dealing with stress from work and family obligations, and the wilderness had always served as his sanctuary. His destination was a vast tract of private land in central Louisiana, owned by a longtime friend who'd given him blanket permission to use the property for hunting and camping. The area encompasses several thousand acres of mixed hardwood and pine forest, bordered by the Ouachita National Forest. It's the kind of place where you can walk for hours without seeing any sign of human habitation. No power lines, no roads, no cleared fields. Just endless canopy broken occasionally by natural clearings or old logging roads that nature is slowly reclaiming. Marcus packed his usual camping gear, a reliable tent, sleeping bag rated for cooler weather, cooking supplies, and enough food for 3 days. More importantly, he brought his firearms, a .308 hunting rifle and his preferred sidearm, a .45 ACP pistol that had served him well during his military years. In remote areas, being armed wasn't paranoia, it was prudence. The hike to his preferred camping spot took nearly 3 hours, following a combination of old deer trails and his own navigation skills. He'd discovered this particular location 2 years earlier, a small natural clearing surrounded by mature oak and pine trees with a seasonal creek running nearby. It offered everything he needed: water, shelter from wind, and multiple escape routes should they become necessary. Marcus had camped in this exact spot perhaps 6 times before without incident. The remoteness was part of its appeal. In all his previous visits, he'd encountered only wildlife: deer, wild boar, the occasional black bear, and once a bobcat that observed him from a respectful distance before melting back into the forest. Marcus reached his campsite around midday and went through his familiar routine. He cleared the fire pit from his last visit, gathered deadfall for kindling, and set up his tent with military precision. By late afternoon, he had a small fire burning and was preparing to cook an early dinner when he heard the first sounds that would forever change his relationship with solitude. The initial noise was unremarkable: the crunch of leaves and snap of small branches that could indicate any number of animals moving through the forest. Living in Louisiana, Marcus was accustomed to the sounds of wildlife. Deer, wild hogs, armadillos, and raccoons all made similar noises as they foraged and traveled through the underbrush. But something about these sounds felt different. The pattern was wrong, too regular, too deliberate. Animals typically move in stops and starts, pausing frequently to test the air and listen for threats. These footsteps showed no such caution. They moved with purpose, directly toward his camp. Marcus stood up from the fire and peered in the direction of the approaching sounds. Through the gaps between tree trunks he caught glimpses of movement, something pale that didn't belong in the natural palette of browns and greens that surrounded him. As the figure drew closer, Marcus could make out more details, and each one added to his growing unease. The person approaching was a man, probably in his 30s or 40s, but his appearance was completely inappropriate for the location and conditions. He wore a clean white t-shirt, bright blue athletic shorts, white crew socks, and pristine white tennis shoes. It was the kind of outfit someone might wear to run errands in town or exercise at a gym, not to trek through miles of dense forest. Marcus's military training had taught him to assess threats quickly and thoroughly. This situation immediately triggered every alarm bell in his mental arsenal. The man's clothing showed no signs of the journey required to reach this remote location. No mud, no scratches from thorns, no sweat stains despite the humid afternoon heat. Even more disturbing, the man showed no awareness of the insects that plagued anyone foolish enough to expose so much skin in these woods. As the stranger continued his approach, Marcus called out in a firm but not hostile voice, "Hey there, do you need help or something?" His words carried clearly through the still afternoon air, easily audible to anyone within 50 yards. Marcus positioned himself so he could move quickly toward his firearms if necessary, while maintaining a non-threatening posture. The man continued walking forward without acknowledgement, his gaze fixed directly on Marcus with an intensity that felt predatory. This lack of normal social response deepened Marcus's concern. In his experience, people encountered in remote areas typically responded to greetings with either friendly acknowledgement or nervous caution. Complete silence was rare and usually indicated mental impairment, intoxication, or malicious intent. When the distance between them had closed to approximately 20 feet, Marcus tried again, raising his voice to ensure he was heard. "Hey, man, can I help you with something or what?" Still no normal response. The stranger stopped at the edge of the clearing, perfectly positioned between 2 large pine trees, and simply stared. Then, in a voice that immediately struck Marcus as wrong, the man spoke 2 words: "Help me." The phrase itself was unremarkable, but everything about its delivery was disturbing. The voice didn't match the speaker. It was distinctly feminine, with a higher pitch and different intonation than what Marcus would expect from a man of this apparent age and build. Even more unsettling was the mechanical quality of the speech, as if the words had been recorded and were being played back through some hidden device. Marcus watched the man's mouth movements carefully, a skill developed through years of hunting where reading animal behavior could mean the difference between success and failure. The stranger's lips moved, but the timing was off. The mouth opened and closed in a vague approximation of speech, but the precise movements required for clear articulation weren't there. It was as if someone had learned what talking looked like, but not how it actually worked. "Help me," the man repeated, this time with slightly more emphasis but the same unnatural quality. Marcus felt his skin crawl, an involuntary physical response to something his subconscious recognized as fundamentally wrong. Marcus asked, "What do you need help with?" while carefully maintaining his position and keeping his hands free. He had already mentally located his .45, which lay within easy reach on his camp table. Years of training had taught him to prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. The response was exactly what Marcus had begun to fear. "Help me," repeated in that same feminine, artificial tone. The stranger showed no indication of hearing or understanding Marcus's question. Instead, he began repeating the phrase over and over, like a broken recording stuck on the same loop. With each repetition, the words grew slightly louder and more insistent, but the mechanical quality never changed. Marcus realized he was dealing with something far outside the range of normal human behavior. Whether the cause was mental illness, drug intoxication, or something else entirely, the situation had moved beyond his comfort zone. "All right, you need to go now unless you actually need my help," Marcus said firmly, letting authority creep into his voice. He followed with a direct question. "Do you need my help, or not?" The stranger's response was to continue the verbal loop while taking a step forward. This movement toward Marcus, despite clear verbal warnings, triggered his military training. In hostile situations, failure to respect verbal commands often preceded physical violence. Marcus could not allow this person to get any closer. Drawing his .45 from the table, Marcus pointed it directly at the stranger's center mass and delivered a final warning. "You need to go. I don't care what you want." Instead of backing down, the man became more animated, his voice rising in volume while maintaining that disturbing artificial quality. The repetition of "help me" became almost frantic, but he neither advanced nor retreated. Marcus found himself in an impossible situation, faced with someone who appeared threatening but might simply be mentally disturbed. Making a decision that would haunt him for years to come, Marcus fired a single round into the ground approximately 3 feet in front of the stranger. The .45's report echoed through the forest, sharp and unmistakable. Marcus expected this show of force to either scare the person away or shock him back to normal behavior. What happened next defied every expectation and challenged Marcus's understanding of human physical capabilities. The gunshot's echo had barely begun to fade when the stranger's behavior changed in the most dramatic and impossible way. The repetitive chanting stopped instantly, as if a switch had been thrown. For a moment that felt like an eternity, the man simply stared at Marcus in complete silence, his unnatural stillness somehow more unsettling than his previous agitation. Then, without any preparatory movement or change in expression, the stranger executed a perfect backward somersault. Not a stumbling fall or desperate scramble, but a controlled gymnastic maneuver that sent him arcing backward through the air. Marcus watched in disbelief as the man disappeared into the forest with impossible grace and speed. The entire movement looked wrong on every level. The stranger had shown no athletic preparation, no bending of knees or positioning of arms that would normally precede such an acrobatic feat. One moment he was standing normally at the clearing's edge. The next he was airborne, rotating backward with mechanical precision before vanishing into the dense underbrush. Marcus remained frozen in position, his .45 still pointed toward where the man had been standing. His mind struggled to process what he had witnessed. The backward flip hadn't looked like any gymnastic move he'd ever seen. It resembled more the sudden recoil of a compressed spring being released, as if some invisible force had yanked the stranger backward into the forest. Even more disturbing was the complete absence of sound following the man's disappearance. In thick forest, any rapid movement generates noise, branches breaking, leaves rustling, footfalls on the forest floor. Large animals crashing through underbrush create substantial disturbance that can be heard for minutes afterward. Yet after the stranger's impossible exit, the forest had returned to complete silence. Marcus waited, weapon ready, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement or indication of where the man had gone. Nothing. It was as if the entire encounter had been a hallucination, except for the lingering smell of gunpowder from his discharged round and the metallic taste of adrenaline in his mouth. As minutes passed without further incident, Marcus began to question his own perceptions. Had the backward flip been as dramatic as it seemed, or had fear and adrenaline distorted his memory? Could a desperate person, sufficiently motivated by the gunshot, perform such a maneuver? His rational mind wanted to find conventional explanations, but his eyes had seen what they had seen. Despite every instinct screaming at him to pack up and leave immediately, Marcus made the decision to stay. Partly this came from stubborn pride. He refused to be driven from his favorite camping spot by what might have been an elaborate prank or the ravings of a disturbed individual. More practically, hiking out in darkness through unfamiliar terrain while emotionally rattled seemed more dangerous than remaining in a known location. He spent the remaining daylight hours in a state of hypervigilance, constantly scanning the forest perimeter while going through the motions of normal camping activities. He cooked dinner, maintained his fire, and organized his gear, but every action was performed with one eye on the tree line and his .45 within immediate reach. As darkness fell, the normal sounds of the forest resumed. The distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals foraging in the underbrush, the intermittent buzz of insects. These familiar noises should have been comforting, but Marcus found himself analyzing each sound for signs of human presence. Was that really a branch falling naturally, or had someone stepped on it? Could that rustling be attributed to a raccoon, or something larger and more deliberate? Around midnight, Marcus was lying in his tent, fully clothed with his pistol beside him, when he heard a sound that made his stomach clench with recognition. In the distance, perhaps a mile away, came the sharp crack of a gunshot. The report was distinctive, not the deeper boom of a hunting rifle, but the sharper crack of a handgun, a sound remarkably similar to his own .45. Marcus lay absolutely still, listening for any follow-up sounds. Hunting in this area typically occurred during daylight hours, and responsible hunters didn't discharge weapons at night when identifying targets was impossible. The timing felt too coincidental to ignore. 15 minutes later, he heard it again. The same sharp report from roughly the same direction. Then silence. Marcus remained awake for the rest of the night, dozing fitfully while maintaining constant awareness of his surroundings. Every sound seemed magnified, every shadow held potential threat. Dawn came as a relief, bringing familiar sights and the promise of a safe journey home. Marcus broke camp efficiently, eager to put distance between himself and the site of his encounter. Yet as he began his hike out, he heard one final sound that sent a chill through his already jangled nerves. From somewhere behind him, in the general direction of his former campsite, came another gunshot. Same caliber, same sharp report. Marcus didn't look back. Marcus shared this account with me several months after it occurred, during a hunting trip when conversation had turned to unusual wildlife encounters. His telling was matter-of-fact and detailed, lacking the embellishment that usually accompanies tall tales or fabricated stories. When pressed for additional details, he provided them readily, but with the caveat that some aspects still made no sense to him. The feminine voice coming from a male speaker particularly disturbed him. In hindsight, he became convinced that what he'd heard was some kind of mimicry, as if the stranger had heard a woman say, "Help me," and was repeating it without understanding its meaning or context. The comparison Marcus drew was to a parrot or mockingbird, creatures that reproduce sounds without comprehension. What troubled him most wasn't the supernatural implications, but the possibility that he'd encountered someone suffering from severe mental illness or drug-induced psychosis. The thought that he might have frightened an innocent, if disturbed person weighed on his conscience. Yet the stranger's behavior and impossible method of escape suggested something beyond conventional explanation. Following this encounter, Marcus researched the history of the area extensively. Central Louisiana has a rich tradition of folklore involving unexplained phenomena, much of it rooted in Native American traditions that predate European settlement by centuries. Stories of mimics, shapeshifters, and other entities that blur the line between human and animal appear throughout regional folklore. Marcus found several documented accounts of similar encounters, people in remote areas approached by individuals whose behavior seemed fundamentally wrong, who repeated phrases and voices that didn't match their appearance, and who disappeared in ways that defied physical possibility. While none of these accounts could be verified independently, their consistency across decades and different locations suggested a pattern worthy of consideration. Whether Marcus encountered something genuinely unexplained, a person suffering from severe psychological disturbance, or simply experienced a series of coincidences that his mind assembled into a coherent but false narrative, I cannot say with certainty. What I can attest to is that the experience profoundly affected someone I've known to be unshakable in the face of genuine danger. Marcus has returned to the same property multiple times since that September evening, though never to that specific campsite. He reports no further unusual encounters, yet he admits that his relationship with solitude in the wilderness has changed forever. Sometimes, he says, the silence feels too complete, as if the forest itself is holding its breath, waiting for something to emerge from the shadows between the trees. The truth remains unknowable, buried somewhere in the vast wilderness of central Louisiana, where conventional explanations go to die and ancient mysteries still walk the earth. I knew this trip was going to be different the moment we rolled up to that campsite. The place was massive, so big that before we arrived, nobody had fully mapped it out. We'd been running these summer youth camps for nearly a decade, but this location was new to us. A last-minute change after our usual grounds had been closed for renovations. The dense forest sprawled in every direction, endless rows of towering pines creating a natural labyrinth that seemed to swallow the horizon. Normally, we perform a thorough sweep to mark any hazards and identify where curious children might wander off. This time, the sheer scale made that impossible, and it immediately put me on edge. "Jack," I called to my co-leader, who was already unloading supplies from our van. "Have you seen how far these woods extend? I'm not sure our usual boundaries are going to work here." Jack shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. "We'll make it work, Sam. The kids will be fine as long as we establish clear rules." The kids, of course, found it all thrilling. 28 children between ages 8 and 10 buzzing with that bright-eyed energy that only comes from fresh air and the promise of running around semi-unsupervised. They poured from the vehicles, immediately scattering like marbles on concrete, pointing at birds and interesting trees, asking a million questions about what animals lived here and if we'd see bears. "Everyone gather around," I shouted over the excited chatter. "Before we do anything else, we need to set some ground rules." As they reluctantly formed a loose circle around me, I noticed one boy standing slightly apart, staring intently at something beyond the clearing. I followed his gaze but saw nothing unusual, just more trees, more shadows. "This place is enormous," I explained to their upturned faces. "So rule number 1 is nobody, and I mean nobody, goes into the woods alone. Always take a buddy and always tell an adult where you're going. Rule number 2, these whistles aren't toys." I held up the emergency whistle hanging around my neck. 3 short blasts means come back to camp immediately. Understood?" A chorus of bored agreement followed, the children already fidgeting, eager to explore. We pitched our tents in a clearing that looked reasonably safe, at least by daylight. The biggest worry I had at the time was a random root or hole someone might trip over. Still, something gnawed at me. I'd catch glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision, shadows dancing just beyond the tree line. Once or twice I turned too quickly, expecting to see an animal darting away. But nothing. As the day progressed, the feeling intensified. While helping a group of kids set up their tent, I noticed a strange arrangement of sticks about 50 yards into the forest. Too deliberate to be natural, forming what looked like a crude arrow pointing deeper into the woods. When I approached to investigate, the formation seemed less distinct, possibly just fallen branches that my anxious mind had organized into a pattern. I told myself I was just tired, or maybe feeling jumpy about the unknown. The last few months had been rough. My divorce had finalized just weeks earlier, and I'd thrown myself into camp preparations as a distraction. Perhaps the stress was finally catching up with me. By late afternoon, everything was set up. Tents erected in a rough circle around our central campfire area, supplies organized, and the kids settled into their temporary homes. I sat on a log, watching them play tag across the clearing, their laughter echoing against the trees. It should have been a peaceful moment. Instead, the unease lingered, intensifying as the sun began its descent. The forest seemed to darken prematurely, shadows stretching toward our camp like grasping fingers. I found myself repeatedly counting the children, making sure none had wandered off. 28. They were all accounted for. So why did I keep feeling like we were being watched? That evening, we gathered the kids to explain our big tradition, the night game. Typical camp scarefest. Each adult leader dons some haphazard monster costume, positions themselves along a designated path, and leaps out at unsuspecting 8 to 10-year-olds. The kind of thing that always gets them shrieking, then giggling like crazy. "We'll split you into groups of 4, I explained, trying to muster enthusiasm despite my lingering unease. Each group gets 1 flashlight. You follow the marked trail, and I mean stay exactly on that trail, looking for 5 hidden tokens. The first team to collect all 5 and make it back wins extra dessert tomorrow." The kids erupted in excited chatter, already forming alliances and strategizing. But as I handed out flashlights and set the ground rules like absolutely don't leave the trail unless you want to end up lost for hours, I felt my nerves cranking up another notch. I tried to hide it behind a grin. "Sam, you okay?" asked Valerie, another leader, as she adjusted her ridiculous werewolf mask. "You seem distracted." "I'm fine," I lied. "Just want to make sure everything goes smoothly." The setting sun had transformed the forest into a wall of darkness, broken only by our campfire and the beams of our flashlights. As the other leaders prepared their costumes and hiding spots, I took a final walk around the perimeter of our campground, checking the trail markers, strips of reflective tape we'd attached to trees at regular intervals. When I reached the furthest point from camp, where the trail curved back toward the clearing, I paused. In the distance, barely visible, was a pinprick of light. A flashlight? It couldn't be one of ours. All the other leaders were still at camp, and the game hadn't started yet. I stared, trying to determine its source, but the light vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Maybe another camper? The ranger had mentioned there might be other groups in the area, though he'd said the nearest campsite was miles away. By the time I returned, the game was about to begin. I quickly donned my costume, a shabby ghost outfit made from an old sheet with eye holes cut out, and took my position along the trail. I chose this open patch of forest to do my part. It was ideal for breaking into a sprint whenever I spotted a group approaching, barely any underbrush or brambles to trip over. But with no bushes or rocks to hide behind, I had to switch off my flashlight or risk blowing my cover. The darkness there felt thicker somehow, almost suffocating. I found a spot behind a large oak tree and waited, listening to the distant sounds of children's excited voices as the first group set out. Time passed slowly. I heard occasional screams and laughter from elsewhere on the trail as my colleagues performed their roles. Several times I swore I saw a figure my size slip between the trees nearby. Each time I flicked on my light, expecting to catch one of the other leaders pulling a fast one on me. Not once did I see a single soul. Finally, I heard approaching footsteps and voices. One of the groups was coming. I switched off my light and pressed myself against the tree, ready to jump out at the perfect moment. But then I heard something else. Rustling in the underbrush from the opposite direction, followed by a strange tapping sound. I hesitated, momentarily forgetting my role in the game. The children's voices grew closer, but my attention was fixed on that odd tapping. It reminded me of woodpeckers we'd heard earlier in the day, but slower, more deliberate. Right when I was about ready to abandon my post and investigate, I glimpsed someone near a large trunk about 20 yards away. At first, relief rushed through me. Finally, I'd caught my prankster in the act. I flipped on the beam to let them know they were busted. But what the light showed was all wrong. Whoever stood there wore a tattered burlap sack, stained dark in patches, draped over their body like a crude robe. They had a bunch of plastic bags wrapped around their head like a makeshift hood, bound with what looked like fishing line. The person's arms and legs were caked in dried mud, and there was this repeated sound like a gentle knocking. It took me a second to realize he was tapping his forehead into the tree trunk over and over. I tried calling out, thinking maybe it was a messed up costume or somebody fooling around. But he didn't answer. He just paused that head tapping and turned in my direction, taking a slow, deliberate step toward me. Something told me this was no friend. My whole body launched into action before my mind fully processed what was happening. I tore away from that clearing, branches snapping under my shoes, leaves rustling as I barreled through like a runaway train. Behind me, I heard the children's approaching voices suddenly shift from excitement to confusion as I crashed past them, still wearing my ghost costume. I should have stopped. I should have turned around and escorted them back to camp. But raw fear propelled me forward. Anytime I thought I was safe, I heard footfalls behind me, quick and heavy. I refused to look back. I was convinced if I did, I'd run straight into a tree or fall face first into the dirt. The only thought rattling around in my head was, get back to camp, get to the others, get to the light. When I burst into the campfire glow, the other leaders stared at me like I was out of my mind. They were all accounted for, masks off, sipping water and looking as calm as ever. I could barely catch my breath. Sam? What happened? Jack stood up, concern etched across his face. I yanked off my sheet, gasping for air. There's someone else out there. Not one of us. What do you mean? Valerie asked, approaching slowly. Someone in a burlap sack with plastic bags wrapped around their head, I managed between breaths. They were tapping their head against a tree and then they came after me. The others exchanged glances. Are you sure it wasn't one of us? Jack asked gently. We all have costumes on. I looked around at them. No one seemed winded, let alone coated in filth or wearing anything like that hideous burlap getup. They tried reassuring me, saying maybe I'd just spotted a trick of moonlight or a wandering camper from another group. The kids, I suddenly remembered. I ran past a group of kids. We need to make sure they're okay. Jack nodded, immediately taking charge. Valerie, stay here with Sam. The rest of us will check the trail and bring all the groups back. Game's over for tonight. As they disappeared into the darkness with their flashlights, I sank onto a log, my hands trembling. As much as I wanted to believe I'd imagined it all, I knew what I'd seen. It was enough to keep me up half the night, ears straining for any sound that hinted we weren't alone in that massive stretch of forest. The morning came way too early. I dragged myself out of my sleeping bag, exhausted from a night of fitful sleep punctuated by every snapping twig and rustling leaf. The camp was already buzzing with activity, children queuing for breakfast, leaders organizing the day's activities. I half expected to see the rest of the group gossiping about my late-night meltdown, but most of them were already busy corralling the kids. Nobody was pointing fingers or making jokes yet. Jack approached as I was pouring myself coffee from the percolator balanced on the cooking grate. "Rough night?" he asked, his tone carefully neutral. I nodded, not ready to rehash my experience. "All the kids are accounted for," he continued. "Everyone made it back safely last night. No one saw anything unusual except for, well, you running through the woods like you'd seen a ghost." He paused. Or were one, I guess, considering the costume. "I know what I saw, Jack." He held up his hands defensively. "I'm not saying you didn't see something, just that everyone else is fine, and we should probably focus on giving these kids the camp experience they signed up for." He was right, of course. Whatever had happened, my first responsibility was to these children. I nodded and forced a smile, promising to pull myself together. But throughout breakfast, as I helped dish out oatmeal and fruit, I couldn't shake the image of that figure. The way it had deliberately tapped its head against the tree trunk. The deliberate step it had taken toward me. When the meal was over and the kids were divided into activity groups, some going fishing at a nearby stream, others starting a nature scavenger hunt, I knew I couldn't just brush off what happened. Maybe there was a dangerous stranger out there, a lost hiker who needed help, or something worse. I cornered Valerie, a friend who'd known me long enough to trust I wasn't making up tall tales. I laid it all out again, the ragged burlap, the plastic around the head, the frantic chase through the trees. Her eyes got bigger with every detail, and I could see a flicker of worry replace her usual calm. "Do you think we should call it in?" she asked quietly. "Call what in? That I saw someone weird in the woods? They'd laugh us off." "Not if we find evidence," she suggested. "If there's really someone out there, they might have left traces." We decided to sneak off after the kids were occupied with arts and crafts. No sense in alerting them or risking a full-blown panic. Jack agreed to cover for us, though I could tell he thought we were overreacting. Walking back into the woods felt like stepping into a different world. In daylight, the place looked calmer, sunlight filtering through the canopy, birds chirping overhead, occasional squirrels darting across our path. But I still couldn't shake the tension winding itself around my nerves. Every snapped twig made me jerk my head around. Every brush of a branch against my sleeve had me bracing to run again. Valerie tried to keep conversation light, talking about mundane stuff just to fill the silence. But my focus was on finding that clearing, the exact spot where I'd seen him. "I think it was around here," I said as we approached a familiar-looking oak. I was hiding behind this tree, waiting for the kids. We scanned the area, looking for any sign of disturbance. Unusual footprints, broken branches, discarded items. Nothing seemed immediately out of place. "And you said the figure was by another tree?" Valerie prompted. I nodded, turning slowly to orient myself. "Over there, I think. By that larger trunk." When we finally found the tree, I recognized it by a jagged chunk of bark near the base. A detail I'd noticed only because I'd briefly shown my flashlight there the night before. There weren't obvious footprints or signs of a struggle, which was odd considering all the thrashing around I'd done during my escape. For a second, I worried I dragged my friend out here for nothing, letting my own nerves spin a wild story. But then we spotted it, and my stomach lurched. A rabbit nailed to the trunk about 4 feet up. It had been skinned, its pink flesh exposed to the elements and now rotting in the heat. The stench was indescribable, some foul mix of decay and dried blood. My friend recoiled, swearing softly under her breath. I felt like my insides twisted into a knot. Anyone who'd do something like that wasn't just a prankster with a sick sense of humor. They were disturbed in a way that made my skin crawl. "We need to call someone," Valerie whispered, backing away from the gruesome display. I couldn't agree more. Anyone who'd do this to an animal could easily pose a danger to the children in our care. We hurried back to camp, both of us repeatedly glancing over our shoulders. The forest that had seemed so peaceful moments ago now felt hostile, as if hiding secrets in every shadow. We called the police using the camp's ancient radio phone, which crackled so badly I had to repeat myself 3 times. The dispatcher seemed unimpressed by our report, but promised to send someone to check it out. An hour later, 2 officers rolled up in a mud-splattered patrol car, neither looking thrilled about trudging into the woods. One was older, heavy-set with a salt and pepper mustache, the other younger and rail-thin with a perpetually bored expression. "So, you folks found something concerning in the woods?" the older officer asked after brief introductions. We led them to the tree with the rabbit. The carcass was still there, flies now buzzing around it in a frenzy. The officers examined it with flashlights, the younger one taking photos with a digital camera. They spoke quietly to each other, then turned back to us. "Any idea who might have done this?" the older officer asked. I shook my head. "But last night during our camp activity, I saw someone strange in these woods. They were wearing some kind of burlap covering and had plastic bags wrapped around their head. When I approached, they came after me." The officers exchanged a glance I couldn't quite interpret. "Could have been teenagers from the town," the younger one suggested with a shrug. "They sometimes come out here, drink, do stupid stuff." "This is more than stupid," Valerie protested. "It's disturbing. And we have nearly 30 children in our care." "Look," the older officer said, his tone softening slightly. "We'll increase patrols in the area. But honestly, this is probably just some kids playing sick pranks. The rabbit is disturbing, yes, but not necessarily dangerous to humans." I wanted to argue, to make them understand that whatever I'd seen wasn't just rowdy teenagers, but their minds seemed made up. They took a couple more photos, wrote a few notes in small flip books, and promised to look into it. As they walked away, the younger officer turned back. "You might want to consider moving your camp elsewhere if you're concerned. These woods are pretty isolated." That wasn't an option, and they knew it. We'd already paid for the permits, and finding a new location on such short notice would be impossible. For the rest of the day, I couldn't focus on anything else. I helped the kids make nature collages and watched them run relay races, always keeping an ear out for odd sounds beyond the tree line. Every rustle of branches had me on edge, imagining burlap and plastic lurking just out of sight. The other leaders noticed my jumpiness but didn't press. Maybe they sensed how seriously rattled I was. No more sightings came. No screeching from a stranger in the woods. No footprints leading into our camp. Part of me felt relief. But another part grew more uneasy, wondering where that person went, and if they'd resurface when we least expected it. The second night passed without incident, though I barely slept. Every noise from the forest jolted me awake. An owl's hoot, a distant rustling, the occasional crack of a branch under the weight of some nocturnal animal. By morning, my eyes felt like they'd been rubbed with sandpaper. I was filling my mug with coffee when Jack appeared at my side. "We've got a problem," he said quietly, steering me away from the children gathered around the breakfast table. "Maddie's missing." My heart sank. Maddie was one of the youngest campers, a quiet 9-year-old with glasses too big for her face and a habit of collecting interesting rocks. "What do you mean, missing?" I hissed, immediately scanning the campsite as if she might materialize among the morning chaos. Her tent mates say she was there when they fell asleep, but her sleeping bag was empty this morning. We've checked all the tents, the washrooms, everywhere. A cold sensation spread through my chest. "Have you called it in yet?" He shook his head. "Wanted to do one more thorough search first. Maybe she just wandered off to explore. After everything that's happened?" I couldn't keep the edge from my voice. Jack gave me a warning look. "Let's not panic the others. You take the east side of camp, I'll go west. Valerie's checking the path to the stream. Meet back here in 20. We split up, calling Maddie's name at regular intervals, trying to sound casual rather than frantic. I searched through the underbrush, behind every tent, even in the storage containers where a small child might hide. Nothing. 20 minutes later, we reconvened, all wearing the same grim expression. No sign of Maddie anywhere. "We need to call the police," Valerie insisted, "and park rangers. The forest is too big for just us to search. Jack nodded, his earlier skepticism gone. I'll make the call. Sam, you should take the kids through their morning activities. Try to keep things normal. Normal? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. A child is missing, possibly taken by whoever I saw in the woods, and you want me to act like everything's fine. We don't know she was taken, Jack countered. And yes, I want you to keep the other children calm while we handle this. The last thing we need is 27 panicked kids running through the forest looking for her. He was right, but it felt wrong to proceed with camp activities as if nothing had happened. Nevertheless, I gathered the children for their morning nature walk, forcing enthusiasm I didn't feel. As we followed a gentle trail that looped around the campsite, I kept counting heads, terrified another child might vanish. They seemed oblivious to the tension, pointing out interesting plants and insects, occasionally straying from the path despite my repeated warnings to stay close. Has anyone seen Maddie this morning? I asked casually as we paused to examine a particularly spectacular spider web. A few kids shook their heads. Others hadn't even noticed her absence. She took her flashlight last night, one girl volunteered. I saw her from my sleeping bag. She was looking at something in her book. What time was this? I asked, trying to keep my tone light. The girl shrugged. Late. Everyone else was asleep. So Maddie had been awake after the others dozed off. Had she left the tent voluntarily? Gone to use the bathroom perhaps and gotten lost? Or had something, or someone, lured her away? By the time we returned to camp, police and forest rangers had arrived. 2 patrol cars and a ranger's truck were parked at the edge of the clearing. Jack was speaking with them, gesturing toward the forest. I handed the children over to another leader for craft time and joined the conversation. Last seen around 10 p.m., Jack was saying. We've searched the immediate area, but no sign of her. The ranger, a weathered man with deep lines around his eyes, nodded grimly. We'll need to organize a proper search. These woods are extensive, and it's easy for even experienced hikers to get turned around. There's something else, I interjected. 2 nights ago, I saw someone unusual in the woods, and yesterday, we found a skinned rabbit nailed to a tree. We reported it to officers who came out. The police officers exchanged looks. We got that report, one confirmed, but there's no reason to assume it's connected to the missing child. Except that both happened in the same remote area within days of each other, I countered, frustration building. That can't be coincidence. The ranger held up a hand. Let's focus on finding the girl first. If she simply wandered off, she's been out there for hours, possibly overnight. That's our priority. They organized a search grid, dividing the forest into sections. 2 officers would stay with the children while the rest of us spread out to look for Maddie. We were each given a whistle, 3 blasts if we found anything. Stay within your grid, the ranger instructed. Mark your path if you can. If you get lost, stay put and use your whistle. 1 long blast, pause, another long blast. As we prepared to head out, Valerie pulled me aside. Be careful, she whispered. If there really is someone dangerous out there. I nodded, checking that my whistle was secure around my neck. You too. My assigned section was to the northeast of camp, an area I hadn't explored before. The terrain grew rougher the further I went, with more underbrush and fallen logs to navigate. I called Maddie's name every few minutes, listening intently for any response. An hour into the search, I reached a small clearing. The ground was different here, damp and disturbed, as if something had been dragged across it recently. I followed the trail to the edge of the clearing, where it disappeared into thick underbrush. Crouching down, I examined the soil more closely. There were indentations that might have been footprints, but the ground was too soft to hold distinct shapes. Still, something had definitely passed through here, and recently. I was about to call out again when I noticed something partially buried in the soft earth. Reaching down, I carefully brushed away the soil to reveal a small, round object. Maddie's compass, the one her father had given her before camp. I recognized the distinctive scratches on its brass casing. My heart hammering, I lifted the whistle to my lips and blew 3 sharp blasts. The sound echoed through the trees, momentarily silencing the birds overhead. I waited, straining to hear answering whistles or approaching footsteps. Nothing came. I blew again, 3 more piercing notes. This time, I heard a distant response. 2 short blasts, the signal to hold position. Someone was coming. As I waited, I continued to search the immediate area, looking for any other signs of Maddie's passage. Near the edge of the clearing, partially concealed by a fallen branch, I found a child-sized footprint pressed into a patch of mud, and beside it, a larger print. Adult-sized, with an unusual pattern that didn't match any of our camp shoes. Minutes later, the ranger emerged from the trees, followed closely by one of the officers. "What did you find?" he asked, slightly breathless from the quick pace. I showed them the compass and the footprints. "The compass belongs to Maddie, and these prints, one is small enough to be hers, but the other..." The officer crouched to examine them. "Could be anyone. Another camper, maybe." "None of us would have come this far," I insisted. "And look at the pattern. That's not a hiking boot or sneaker." The ranger took photos of the prints, then carefully bagged the compass as potential evidence. "We'll expand the search in this direction," he decided. "If she passed through here, she might have continued along the same trajectory." The search continued for hours, spreading outward from where I'd found the compass. More officers arrived, along with volunteers from the nearby town. By late afternoon, the forest was filled with voices calling Maddie's name, the sounds overlapping and echoing until they became almost meaningless. As dusk approached, the search coordinator, a stern-faced woman from the sheriff's department, called everyone back to camp. "We're losing the light," she explained as we gathered in the clearing. "We'll resume at first light tomorrow. In the meantime, we're bringing in specialized equipment and search dogs." The mood at camp that evening was somber. The children, finally aware of the seriousness of Maddie's disappearance, huddled together in subdued groups. The usual evening games were canceled. Instead, we sat around the campfire trying to maintain a sense of normalcy while our minds raced with worst-case scenarios. I found myself watching the tree line constantly, half expecting to see a figure in burlap emerge from the darkness. The forest seemed to press closer tonight, the shadows between trees deeper and more menacing. After the children were settled in their tents, now with an officer stationed nearby for security, the adult leaders gathered to discuss next steps. "If they don't find her tomorrow," Jack said quietly, "we should consider ending the camp early, getting the other children home." No one argued. Whatever joy this place had once promised had been thoroughly extinguished. I volunteered for the first watch shift, claiming I wasn't tired anyway. In truth, I knew sleep would be impossible with my mind churning over everything that had happened. I positioned myself on a log with a clear view of both the tents and the surrounding forest, a powerful flashlight in my hand. The night was unnaturally quiet. No owls hooted, no creatures rustled in the underbrush. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. About an hour into my watch, as the campfire burned down to embers, I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping coming from somewhere beyond the tree line. The same sound I'd heard that first night when I'd seen the figure tapping its head against the tree trunk. I stood, shining my flashlight toward the sound, its beam barely penetrating the wall of darkness. For a moment, I thought I glimpsed movement, a shadow shifting between trees. But it was gone before I could be certain. The tapping continued, moving slowly around the perimeter of our camp, always just out of clear sight. I followed with my light, unwilling to venture into the trees alone, but equally unwilling to let whatever it was approach unchallenged. When the sound finally faded, I remained standing, my body rigid with tension. Something told me that whatever I'd heard wasn't just passing by. It was watching. waiting. And somehow, I knew it was connected to Maddie's disappearance. Dawn broke over the campsite, pale light filtering through a low mist that clung to the forest floor. I'd remained awake through the night, my watch shift long over but sleep impossible. The tapping sound had not returned, but neither had my sense of security. The search resumed at first light, this time with tracking dogs. 2 German shepherds whose handlers kept them on long leads as they sniffed around the area where I'd found Maddie's compass. I watched from the edge of the camp as they worked, the dogs' noses pressed to the ground, occasionally lifting to sample the air. One of them kept returning to the strange footprint, whining softly before moving on. "Any news?" Valerie asked, appearing beside me with 2 steaming mugs. She handed one to me, the coffee inside strong and bitter. I shook my head. "The dogs seem interested in that footprint, but they haven't picked up a clear trail yet." She sighed, her breath visible in the morning chill. "The kids keep asking when Maddie's coming back. I don't know what to tell them." "The truth," I suggested. "That she's lost, and a lot of people are looking for her." "And if she's not just lost?" Valerie's voice dropped to a whisper. "If what you saw that night..." She was interrupted by sudden activity from the search party. One of the dogs had begun barking excitedly, pulling against its lead. Its handler struggled to keep up as the animal plunged into the underbrush, following some scent only it could detect. The second dog joined in, both animals now baying as they dragged their handlers deeper into the forest. Several officers followed, crashing through the vegetation with far less grace than the canines. "Should we..." Valerie began. "Stay here," Jack instructed, appearing behind us. "They'll signal if they find anything. Our job is to keep the camp running." I wanted to argue, to insist on joining the search, but he was right. We had 27 other children to care for, all of whom were frightened and confused by the sudden disruption to their summer adventure. The morning crawled by with agonizing slowness. We went through the motions of camp activities, nature walks close to camp, art projects, storytelling, but our attention was constantly divided, our ears straining for the sound of whistles or barking dogs. Around midday, a commotion at the edge of camp drew our attention. 2 officers were returning, their expressions grim. Between them walked a man I didn't recognize, tall and gaunt, with a wild beard and clothes that looked like they'd been through a war. His hands were cuffed behind his back. The children, playing a supervised game of tag nearby, fell silent as the trio approached. One of the officers directed the man to sit on a log, while the other came over to speak with us. "Found him living in an old hunting cabin about 2 miles north," the officer explained quietly. "Place is a mess. Looks like he's been squatting there for months. Possibly homeless, definitely not all there mentally." "Is there any sign of Maddie?" Jack asked. The officer shook his head. "Nothing at the cabin. But he matches the description you gave. Tall, unkempt. No burlap sack or plastic bags when we found him, though." I studied the man from a distance. He sat hunched on the log, muttering to himself, occasionally jerking his head as if responding to an unseen speaker. His boots were caked with mud, but from this distance, I couldn't tell if they matched the print I'd found. "Has he said anything about the girl?" Valerie asked. "Claims he hasn't seen anyone. Says he keeps to himself." The officer shrugged. "We're taking him in for questioning. See if his story changes in a more formal setting. In the meantime, the search continues." As they led the man away, he suddenly stopped, twisting to look back at the forest. His expression changed from confusion to what looked like fear. "It's not me you should worry about," he called out, his voice surprisingly clear. "It's what lives under the ground." The officer tugged him forward, dismissing his outburst as the ravings of an unstable mind. But something about the man's words sent a chill through me. "What do you think he meant?" Valerie whispered as we watched them drive away. "Probably nothing," Jack said firmly. "Guy's clearly not well." But I wasn't so sure. There had been something specific in his tone, something that sounded less like delusion and more like warning. After lunch, while the children were engaged in a massive game of capture the flag, heavily supervised by the remaining leaders, I approached one of the rangers who'd stayed behind to coordinate the ongoing search. "That man they found," I began. "Did he say anything else about what lives under the ground?" The ranger looked up from his map with a tired smile. "Don't put too much stock in that. Guy's been living rough for who knows how long. Probably has all sorts of fears and fantasies. But what if he knows something? What if there's some kind of, I don't know, cave system or old mine shaft where Maddie could have fallen?" The ranger considered this. "There are no official cave systems or abandoned mines on our maps. But these woods are old, and not every feature gets documented, especially on private land like this. Could we check? If there's even a chance she's somewhere underground." He sighed, rubbing his forehead. "I'll mention it to the search coordinator, but honestly, we're following the most likely scenarios first. That she wandered off and got lost, or..." He didn't finish the sentence. "Or was taken by someone," I mentally completed, like the figure I'd seen. The afternoon search turned up nothing new. By evening, the mood at camp had shifted from tense concern to a heavier dread. It had been over 24 hours since Maddie was last seen, a critical threshold in missing persons cases, especially for children. The search coordinator announced they were scaling back for the night but would resume with additional resources in the morning. Specialists were being called in, including a team with ground-penetrating radar that could detect anomalies beneath the surface. That night, none of us slept well. The children were subdued, many asking to call home. We'd already contacted all the parents, explaining the situation as delicately as possible. Some were driving up to collect their children early. Others had reluctantly agreed to let them stay, trusting in the increased security presence around the camp. I took the midnight watch again, positioning myself on the same log as the previous night. The forest was quieter tonight. No mysterious tapping, no shadowy movements. Somehow, this absence of activity was more unsettling than any overt threat. Around 2 a.m., as I was fighting to keep my eyes open, Valerie joined me. She sat wordlessly beside me, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders against the night chill. "Can't sleep?" I asked eventually. She shook her head. "Keep thinking about what that man said, about something under the ground." "Me too." We sat in silence for a while, watching the darkness beyond the dying campfire. "There's something wrong with these woods," Valerie said finally. "I've been on dozens of camping trips, and I've never felt like this before. It's like the forest itself is hostile." I understood exactly what she meant. From the moment we'd arrived, something had felt off about this place. A subtle wrongness that had been easy to dismiss until things started happening. "Do you believe in evil?" I asked suddenly. "Not just bad people doing bad things, but places that are somehow tainted?" Valerie considered this. "I don't know, but I think some places carry the weight of what's happened there, like emotional residue." "What do you think happened here?" She shrugged. "No idea. But whatever it was, I don't think that homeless guy is responsible for Maddie's disappearance. Did you see his face when he looked back at the forest? He was terrified." A sudden crack in the underbrush made us both jump. I swung my flashlight toward the sound, its beam cutting through the darkness to reveal nothing. Just more trees, more shadows. "Probably just an animal," Valerie whispered, but she didn't sound convinced. We kept watch together until dawn, both too on edge to consider sleep. As the forest gradually lightened around us, revealing the familiar shapes of tents and equipment, some of the night's oppressive fear receded. The third day of searching brought the promised specialists, a team with ground-penetrating radar mounted on what looked like a heavy-duty lawnmower, and additional officers with cadaver dogs. The latter made my stomach turn. They were preparing for the worst. While the children packed their belongings, most parents had now decided to collect them early, I approached the radar team as they calibrated their equipment. What exactly are you looking for? I asked the technician, a young woman with a clipboard and a serious expression. Anomalies in the soil density, she explained. Disturbed earth, hollow spaces, that sort of thing. If there are caves or tunnels down there, we'll find them. And other things? I couldn't bring myself to be more specific. She understood. Yes, if necessary. They began their survey near where Maddie's compass had been found, slowly pushing the radar unit in a grid pattern across the forest floor. The machine emitted a low hum as it worked, occasionally beeping when it detected something of interest. I should have been helping with the camp breakdown, but I couldn't tear myself away from the search. Something told me they were finally looking in the right place. After about an hour, the radar unit emitted a series of rapid beeps. The technicians huddled around a small screen, pointing and discussing something in low voices. "What is it?" I asked, approaching cautiously. "There's a void about 8 feet down," one of them explained, pointing to a dark area on the screen. "Too regular to be natural. Could be an old root cellar or storage space. Definitely man-made." The search coordinator was called over. After examining the findings, she ordered excavation equipment brought in. The location was marked with stakes and bright orange tape. "It'll take a few hours to get the equipment here," she told me. "You should focus on getting those kids safely away from this place." I nodded, but even as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A disturbance in the soil near one of the marker stakes. Bending down, I brushed away some leaf litter to reveal what looked like the edge of a wooden board, weathered and partially rotted. "There's something here," I called out, continuing to clear away debris. More of the board became visible, and beside it, what appeared to be a metal handle embedded in the ground. The coordinator hurried over, dropping to her knees beside me. Together, we cleared more of the area, revealing what was unmistakably a trap door, camouflaged by years of accumulated soil and vegetation. "Get back," she ordered, standing and unholstering her weapon. She keyed her radio, calling for immediate backup. Within minutes, 4 officers had surrounded the trapdoor, weapons drawn. One of them grasped the rusted handle, and on the coordinator's signal, heaved it open. Stale air rushed out, carrying a musty, unpleasant odor. The opening revealed a set of crude wooden stairs descending into darkness. One of the officers produced a powerful flashlight and shined it down the opening. The beam illuminated rough earthen walls and what looked like a dirt floor about 10 feet below. "Maddie?" the coordinator called down. "Maddie, are you down there?" No response came from the darkness. 2 officers prepared to descend, checking their weapons and flashlights. The coordinator turned to me. "You need to go back to camp now," she said firmly. "This is an active investigation scene." I wanted to protest, to insist on going down with them, but the rational part of my brain knew she was right. I was a camp counselor, not law enforcement. If Maddie was down there, if anyone was down there, the officers were better equipped to handle the situation. With reluctance, I returned to camp, where the first parents were already arriving to collect their children. The atmosphere was tense, parents hugging their kids tightly, shooting worried glances toward the forest where the search continued. I helped load bags into cars, answered questions as best I could, and tried to maintain a calm demeanor despite the knot of anxiety in my stomach. What was happening at the trapdoor? Had they found Maddie? Or something worse? Hours passed with no news. By mid-afternoon, most of the children had gone, collected by worried parents who'd promised to keep them far away from unfamiliar forests in the future. Only a handful remained, waiting for parents traveling from farther away. Jack approached as I was helping the last group pack up their craft projects. "They found something," he said quietly, pulling me aside. "Not Maddie. Something else." My heart sank. "What?" "They're not saying exactly. But they've called in a forensics team from the state lab, and they've expanded the secured area around that trapdoor." A horrible suspicion formed in my mind. Other children? From before? Jack's expression was grim. Maybe. The coordinator wouldn't give details, but she said we should prepare for the possibility that this campsite has a history we weren't aware of. The implications were too awful to contemplate. How many children had played in these woods over the years? How many might have vanished, perhaps written off as tragic accidents or runaways? And most pressingly, was Maddie now among them? By nightfall, the camp had emptied of children. Only the adult leaders remained, along with a contingent of officers and search personnel who had established a command center in the main clearing. Floodlights powered by portable generators illuminated the area, pushing back the darkness that seemed to press in from all sides. I sat with Jack and Valerie at a picnic table, picking at cold sandwiches none of us had the appetite to eat. The mood was somber, conversation sparse. We'd been asked to stay on site to assist with the investigation if needed, though what help we could offer now was unclear. A vehicle approached, headlights sweeping through the trees before coming to a stop at the edge of the clearing. Two people emerged, a man and a woman in plain clothes, carrying briefcases. They conferred briefly with the search coordinator before disappearing into the command tent. Who are they? Valerie wondered aloud. Detectives, maybe, Jack suggested. Or FBI. This might be bigger than local jurisdiction now. The thought sent a chill through me. What had they found down that hole that warranted such attention? We didn't have to wait long for partial answers. About 20 minutes later, the search coordinator emerged from the tent and approached our table. "We need to talk," she said, her expression grave. "What I'm about to tell you is part of an ongoing investigation. It doesn't leave this campsite, understood?" We nodded, bracing ourselves for the worst. "We found evidence of previous occupancy in the underground structure. It appears to be a man-made bunker or shelter, expanded from a natural cave formation. Based on various artifacts recovered, it's been in use periodically for at least 3 decades. "What kind of artifacts?" Jack asked. The coordinator hesitated. "Personal effects, clothing, items that suggest it was used to hold people against their will." The words landed like physical blows. I thought of the strange figure I'd seen, the skinned rabbit, the tapping sound in the night. "And Maddie?" Valerie's voice was barely audible. "No sign of her yet, but the structure is extensive, a network of tunnels and chambers. The search is ongoing." "What about the man you found yesterday?" I asked. "The one living in the cabin?" Being questioned. So far he maintains he knew nothing about the bunker, though he admits to hearing noises from underground sometimes. I remembered his warning. "It's not me you should worry about. It's what lives under the ground." "He tried to tell us," I said, in his way. The coordinator nodded grimly. "It's possible. We're still trying to determine his level of involvement, if any." She went on to explain that they'd be conducting a thorough sweep of the entire forest area over the coming days, using ground-penetrating radar to locate any additional underground structures. The investigation would likely continue for weeks, possibly months. "What happens now?" Jack asked. "With the camp, I mean." "This property is officially a crime scene. Obviously, your program here is terminated for the season. You'll be contacted if we need additional statements or information." After she left, the 3 of us sat in stunned silence, trying to process what we'd learned. The implications were horrifying, that these woods, which had seemed merely unsettling at first, might have been the site of unimaginable crimes spanning decades. "We should have known," Valerie said finally, her voice tight with emotion. "We should have sensed something was wrong with this place from the beginning." "How could we have known?" Jack countered. "The property passed all the official inspections. There was nothing in any record to suggest." "Sam knew," she interrupted, looking at me. "Sam felt it from the first day, and then saw whatever it was." I shook my head. I didn't know anything. I just had a bad feeling. If I'd known what was really happening, I would have gotten the kids out immediately. It's not your fault, Jack said firmly. None of this is on us. We followed protocols, reported what we saw, did everything by the book. But his reassurance felt hollow. A child was still missing, possibly more, if the evidence in the bunker was any indication. And we'd brought 28 innocent children to a place that harbored darkness beyond imagination. We were permitted to sleep in the large community tent that night, with officers stationed nearby. None of us expected to actually rest, but exhaustion eventually claimed us in the early hours of the morning. I dreamed of tunnels, endless, twisting passages carved into the earth, their walls damp and glistening in the beam of my flashlight. In the dream, I was searching for Maddie, calling her name as I navigated the labyrinth. Sometimes I heard responses, faint cries that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And always, somewhere behind me, the sound of footsteps and that gentle rhythmic tapping. I woke with a gasp, my heart pounding. The tent was dimly lit by the glow of dawn filtering through the canvas. Jack and Valerie were still asleep, their faces troubled even in unconsciousness. Outside, the camp was already active, officers and specialists moving purposefully between vehicles and the command tent. I stepped out, stretching muscles stiff from tension and inadequate rest. One of the officers approached, offering a cup of coffee from a large thermos. I accepted gratefully, the warmth seeping into my cold hands. "Any news?" I asked. He hesitated, then nodded slightly. "They found something about an hour ago, more evidence in one of the deeper chambers." "Maddie?" "No." He glanced around, then lowered his voice. "Personal items, a backpack, shoes. Not recent. They're working on identification." My stomach turned. "How many?" "Can't say for sure yet, but multiple." Before I could ask more questions, a commotion erupted near the forest edge. Several officers were rushing toward the bunker entrance, radios crackling with urgent communications. The officer beside me stiffened, listening to his own radio. His expression shifted from professional neutrality to something like hope. "They've found her," he said, turning to me. Alive. The next hours passed in a blur. Maddie was brought up from the bunker on a stretcher, conscious but clearly traumatized. She was immediately transferred to an ambulance and rushed to the nearest hospital, her parents already en route to meet her there. From fragments of conversation I overheard, I gathered that she'd been found in a previously undetected chamber, accessible only through a narrow passage that adults had difficulty navigating. She was dehydrated and disoriented, but physically unharmed. How she'd ended up there, whether she'd wandered in accidentally or been taken, remained unclear. The girl was too shaken to provide a coherent account, and the medical team had sedated her for the journey to the hospital. In the aftermath of Maddie's rescue, the investigation intensified. More specialists arrived, the forest now crawling with law enforcement and forensic teams. Jack, Valerie, and I were interviewed separately, each of us providing detailed statements about everything we'd witnessed. When my interview concluded, the detective, one of the plainclothes individuals who'd arrived the previous night, hesitated before closing her notebook. "This figure you saw in the woods," she said. "You're certain it was a person? Not an animal or a trick of light?" "Absolutely certain," I replied. "They were wearing a burlap covering and had plastic bags around their head. They moved deliberately, like a human." She nodded, making a final note. "We found items matching that description in the bunker. Burlap sacks, plastic sheeting. And there are indications that someone has been living down there at least periodically for some time." A chill ran through me. So there really was someone. It appears so. Whether it's the same individual as the man we found in the cabin is still being determined. But based on the evidence, we believe there may be multiple parties involved. A group? The idea was somehow more disturbing than a lone individual. Possibly. She closed her notebook definitively. "That's all I can share at this time." You and your colleagues are free to leave once you've gathered your personal belongings. We have your contact information if we need to reach you. As we packed up our camp, a surreal task given the circumstances, I found myself repeatedly looking toward the forest, half expecting to glimpse a figure watching from between the trees. But the woods were crawling with law enforcement now. Whatever presence had stalked these grounds was either gone or in hiding. Before we left, the search coordinator approached us one last time. "I wanted to thank you," she said. "If you hadn't reported what you saw that night, if you hadn't insisted on investigating further, we might never have found Maddie. Or the others." "The others?" Valerie asked, her voice catching. The coordinator's expression darkened. "We're still piecing it together, but it appears this location has been used for criminal activities for decades. There are cold cases from as far back as the early 80s that may be connected." "My God," Jack murmured. "Your observation skills and persistence made a difference," she continued. "Maddie is alive because of that. And now we have a chance to bring closure to other families who've been waiting far too long." It was cold comfort. As we drove away from that forest, the weight of what had happened, what might have happened, settled over us like a shroud. None of us spoke for miles, each lost in our own thoughts, processing the horror we'd encountered. I kept replaying everything in my mind. The initial unease upon arriving at the campsite, the strange figure in the night, the skinned rabbit, the underground bunker. All pieces of a nightmare that had been unfolding in those woods for years, before we ever set foot there. And somewhere in the back of my mind, a persistent question lurked. Was it really over? Or was whatever dwelled in those woods merely hiding, waiting for the investigation to conclude, the attention to fade, before emerging once more to continue its terrible work? 3 months passed. Summer faded into autumn, the world around me transforming in a riot of reds and golds that I barely noticed. I went through the motions of daily life, returning to my job as a high school science teacher, attending faculty meetings, grading papers. But my mind frequently drifted back to those woods and what we discovered there. The investigation had made national news, though details were carefully controlled. "Underground bunker found in state forest," read the headlines, followed by "multiple cold cases linked to forest hideout," and "decades of disappearances may be solved." Reporters camped outside my apartment for a week until I agreed to a brief statement, careful to stick to the facts as I knew them and avoid speculation. Maddie had recovered physically, her parents told us in a tearful phone call. Emotionally, the journey would be longer. She spoke little about what had happened during her time in the bunker, her memories fragmented by trauma and the darkness of the place. She remembered following a light she'd seen from her tent, thinking it was another camper with a flashlight, and then becoming lost. The rest was a blur of darkness, fear, and distant tapping sounds. Jack had thrown himself into reorganizing the camp program, already securing a new location for the following summer, a thoroughly vetted site with open grounds and minimal forest cover. He called weekly with updates, his voice forcefully cheerful, as if through sheer will he could erase the shadow that had fallen over our shared experience. Valerie had taken a different approach, requesting a leave of absence from her teaching position to focus on her mental health. We spoke occasionally, her voice subdued as she described her therapy sessions and the slow process of coming to terms with what had happened. She'd started a support group for other camp leaders who'd experienced traumatic events, finding purpose in helping others navigate their own darkness. As for me, I existed in a state of suspended anxiety. I functioned, I worked, I maintained the appearance of having moved on. But inside, questions continued to plague me. What had we really encountered in those woods? Who, or what, was the figure I'd seen? And why couldn't I shake the feeling that it wasn't over? The police had been thorough in their investigation. The underground bunker yielded evidence linking it to at least 7 disappearances spanning 3 decades. Cold cases from across the state were being reopened, dental records compared with remains found in the deeper chambers. The man found in the hunting cabin, identified as a former forestry worker who'd suffered a mental breakdown years earlier, was eventually cleared of direct involvement. He'd been living in the woods for years, aware of strange occurrences but too mentally disturbed to report them coherently or understand their significance. No other suspects had been publicly identified, though rumors circulated about a group, or cult, that might have used the location periodically. The property's ownership history was complex, passing through several holding companies before being acquired by the state as part of a land conservation initiative. Investigations into these companies were ongoing, the results not yet made public. On a crisp October evening, as I was grading lab reports at my kitchen table, my phone rang. The number was unfamiliar, but the area code matched the county where the campsite was located. "Hello," I answered, a knot forming in my stomach. "Is this Sam?" A woman's voice, professional but with an undercurrent of tension. "Yes. Who's this?" "Detective Morales. We met during the investigation at Camp Whispering Pines." I remembered her, the plainclothes officer who had interviewed me, dark hair pulled back in a severe bun, eyes that missed nothing. "I remember," I said, setting down my pen. "What can I do for you?" "I'm calling because we've had a development in the case, something I thought you should know about, given your involvement." The knot in my stomach tightened. "What kind of development?" "We've identified a suspect, someone connected to multiple disappearances over the years, including the incident with Maddie." "That's good news, right?" I said cautiously, sensing there was more. "It would be, except we can't locate them. And there's reason to believe they might attempt to contact witnesses from the most recent incident." The implication was clear. "You think they might come after me? Or the other camp leaders?" "We have no specific threat, but as a precaution, we're notifying all witnesses. We've already spoken with Jack and Valerie." I glanced at my apartment door, suddenly aware of how flimsy the lock looked. "Do you have a name? A description?" "I can't share those details during an active manhunt, but you've already seen this individual, Sam. The figure you described in the woods, we believe that was them." A cold wave washed over me. "The person in the burlap? With the plastic around their head?" "Yes. Based on evidence recovered from the bunker and subsequent investigation, we believe this individual has been active in the area for many years, possibly as part of a larger network." "A network?" I echoed. "You mean there are more of them?" "We're still determining the full scope, but yes, it appears this wasn't an isolated perpetrator." The room seemed to shrink around me, the shadows in the corners suddenly deeper, more threatening. "What should I do?" "Be vigilant. Report any unusual activity immediately. We've increased patrols in your area, and an officer will drive by your residence regularly for the next few weeks." After providing additional security recommendations, checking locks, varying routines, being aware of surroundings, she ended the call with a promise to update me if the situation changed. I sat motionless at my kitchen table, the half-graded lab reports forgotten. The figure from the woods, the one I'd convinced myself was possibly a hallucination born of stress and darkness, was real, and potentially looking for me. Sleep was impossible that night. Every creak of the building, every distant siren or barking dog sent adrenaline coursing through my system. I checked the locks repeatedly, wedged a chair under the doorknob, and kept my phone close at hand, the detective's number on speed dial. Morning brought little relief. I called in sick to work, unable to face the thought of standing in front of a classroom, maintaining normalcy while constantly looking over my shoulder. Instead, I spent the day researching security systems, ordering additional locks and motion sensor lights for my apartment. As evening approached again, a new sound caught my attention. A soft, rhythmic tapping from somewhere outside my window. I froze, listening intently. It was probably nothing. A branch against the building, a neighbor doing repairs, the normal sounds of urban life. But it matched exactly the cadence I remembered from the forest, that deliberate, methodical tapping that had preceded my encounter with the burlap-clad figure. Moving as quietly as possible, I approached the window, staying to the side to avoid being seen from outside. Carefully, I peered around the edge of the curtain. The street below was ordinary, cars parked along the curb, a few pedestrians hurrying against the autumn chill, a stray cat picking its way across the asphalt. No one unusual, no one watching the building. I was about to step back when I noticed it. A figure standing in the shadow of a tree across the street, tall and still, face obscured by the darkness, but unmistakably watching my building. Heart pounding, I dropped the curtain and fumbled for my phone. With shaking fingers, I dialed Detective Morales' number, pressing myself against the wall beside the window. "There's someone outside," I whispered when she answered. "Watching my apartment. I think it's them." "Stay inside. Door's locked," she responded instantly. "Officers are on the way. Do not approach the window again." I sank to the floor, phone clutched to my ear, listening to the detective relay instructions to dispatch. Minutes crawled by like hours, my breath shallow and quick in the silence of my apartment. Finally, the wail of approaching sirens broke the tension. Through the curtain, I could see flashing lights reflecting off nearby buildings. I risked another glance outside. The figure was gone, the space beneath the tree empty. But something had been left behind. A small object placed at the base of the trunk, barely visible in the growing darkness. When the officers arrived, I directed them to the tree. One of them approached cautiously, shining a flashlight on the object while his partner maintained a perimeter. I watched from my window as he crouched down, examined the item without touching it, then spoke into his radio. Detective Morales arrived 20 minutes later, by which time the area had been cordoned off and more officers had joined the search. She came up to my apartment personally, her expression grim. "What was it?" I asked as soon as she entered. "What did they leave?" She hesitated, then reached into her pocket and produced a photograph. Not of the object itself, but a crime scene photo showing what had been found. A small, crude doll made of twigs and twine, with a burlap covering and a plastic bag wrapped around what served as its head. And driven through its center, a rusty nail. "It's a message," she said quietly. "A warning, most likely. To me specifically? To anyone who might expose them. We found similar items at the homes of other witnesses." "Jack and Valerie?" Alarm shot through me. "Are they okay?" "They're fine. We've arranged temporary relocation for them, and we'll do the same for you. Pack a bag with essentials. You can't stay here tonight." As I threw clothes and toiletries into a duffel bag, a terrible clarity settled over me. Whatever we had encountered in those woods, whatever darkness had dwelled there for decades, it wasn't contained to that forest. It could reach beyond, extend its influence, track down those who threatened it. And it had found me. The safe house was a small, nondescript ranch-style home in a quiet suburb 30 miles from my apartment. No personal touches, minimal furniture, windows covered with heavy blinds. Clearly a property used exclusively by law enforcement for witness protection. An officer was stationed outside at all times, another occasionally patrolling the perimeter. I'd been there for a week when Detective Morales arrived with news. "We've made an arrest," she announced without preamble, settling onto the couch across from me. "A man connected to the underground bunker in at least 3 of the cold cases." Relief flooded through me. The figure I saw? The one who left the doll? She shook her head. "No, this individual was more administrative. He managed the property through one of the holding companies, created false documentation, helped conceal evidence. He's cooperating now, providing names." "Names? How many people are involved in this?" "More than we initially thought. It appears to be an organized network that's operated in the region for generations. They call themselves the Preservers." Preservers of what? Her expression darkened. According to our informant, they believe they're preserving the old ways, rituals and practices dating back to early settlers in the area. They see themselves as guardians of some kind of traditional knowledge. A cult, I said, the word bitter on my tongue. That's one way to describe it. A particularly secretive and dangerous one. She explained that the organization operated on a cell structure, with most members knowing only a few others. The bunker we discovered was one of several sites used for their activities, which ranged from animal sacrifice to far worse. The individual you encountered in the woods, the one in Burlap, holds a special position in their hierarchy. They call this person the Watcher, part enforcer, part priest. They're the one who identifies potential threats and deals with them. I thought of the skinned rabbit nailed to the tree, the crude doll with its rusty nail, messages, warnings. And this Watcher is still out there? She nodded grimly. For now. But we're closing in. Every arrest provides more information, more connections. It's only a matter of time. And then what? I go back to my life like nothing happened. That's the goal. But I won't lie to you. This organization has deep roots. Even if we dismantle this particular cell, there may be others. And they have long memories. The implication was clear. My life might never return to normal. The shadow of those woods would stretch over me indefinitely. After she left, I sat in the sterile living room, turning her words over in my mind. A cult that had operated for generations. An enforcer who marked threats with grotesque warnings. A network that might never be fully uprooted. That night, I dreamed again of the forest, but differently. This time, I stood at the edge of the clearing, watching as figures in rough burlap garments moved among the trees, their faces obscured by crude hoods. They gathered around a central point, where a trapdoor lay open in the earth. From below came a glow, sickly yellow and pulsing, and the sound of that rhythmic tapping, no longer threatening but beckoning. I woke drenched in sweat, the dream clinging to me like cobwebs. Something nagged at my consciousness, a detail that felt significant, but remained just out of reach. The next morning, I requested all the case files Detective Morales could legally share with me. She was reluctant, but eventually agreed, delivering a thick folder of documents, heavily redacted, but still informative. I spent days poring over the materials, maps of the forest with the bunker's location marked, timelines of disappearances, statements from witnesses spanning decades who had reported strange sightings or sounds in those woods. Patterns emerged, connections I hadn't seen before. The disappearances clustered around specific dates, primarily in early spring and late autumn. The witnesses who reported unusual activity often described similar details. Tapping sounds, figures in rough clothing, animals found mutilated or displayed in unnatural positions. And the land itself had a history longer than I'd realized. Before becoming a state forest, it had been privately owned by a succession of families, all with connections to the original settlers who had established the nearest town in the late 1700s. I was so engrossed in my research that I barely registered the approaching footsteps until a knock came at the door. The officer stationed outside poked his head in. "Detective Morales is here." She entered looking exhausted, dark circles under her eyes suggesting several sleepless nights. But there was something else in her expression, a tension, an urgency that hadn't been there before. "We found another bunker," she said without preamble. 10 miles from the first one, on what used to be part of the same property before the land was divided. Is it connected to the same group? Definitely. Same construction style, similar artifacts. But this one was more ceremonial. And we found records, detailed documentation of their activities, their beliefs, their membership. She placed a file on the coffee table between us. Unlike the previous documents, this one wasn't redacted. "I'm showing you this because you've become part of this investigation, whether you wanted to or not, and because I believe you deserve to understand what you're up against." Inside were photographs of the newly discovered bunker, a larger, more elaborate structure than the first, with walls covered in crude symbols and text in an archaic script. There were ledgers listing names and dates, some going back nearly 2 centuries, and most disturbing, detailed accounts of rituals performed, including the selection and preparation of participants, many of whom were clearly unwilling. This is... I struggled to find words. Evil, she supplied simply. Not supernatural, not mystical. Just humans doing terrible things because they believe they're entitled to, because tradition and secrecy have protected them for generations. She turned to a final section of the file, a list of names under the heading Watchers. The role is passed down through specific family lines, she explained. When one watcher dies or becomes unable to perform their duties, another is selected and trained. According to these records, there have been 27 watchers since the group's founding. And the current one? The one I saw? She tapped a name at the bottom of the list. The entry was newer than the others, the ink less faded. Joseph Thorne, initiated 2018. We have a name and a history now, she said, and a pattern of movement. We're going to find him. Something about the name tickled at my memory. I flipped back through the file, scanning the lists of previous watchers, previous members, previous owners of the land. Thorne. The name appeared repeatedly, one of several family lines deeply entwined with the organization from its earliest days. I need to see property records, I said suddenly, for the area around my apartment. Detective Morales frowned. Why? Because I don't think it's a coincidence that this watcher found me so easily. I think there might be a connection to where I live. Her expression shifted from confusion to realization. You think someone in your building, or nearby, is connected to them? Yes. Within hours, she'd returned with the requested records. Together, we spread them across the table, tracing ownership histories of buildings in my neighborhood. And there it was. My apartment building had been constructed in the 1960s on land formerly owned by a holding company called Thorne Investments. He wasn't just watching randomly, I said, my voice hollow with the realization. They knew exactly where to find me. This wasn't about me witnessing something at the camp. It was about me living on land they consider theirs. Detective Morales was already on her phone, relaying the discovery to her colleagues, requesting additional background checks on my neighbors, the building management, everyone connected to the property. We need to widen the net, she said after ending the call. If they've been monitoring you because of where you live, they might be doing the same to others. The investigation expanded rapidly after that. More arrests were made, including the building manager of my apartment complex, who had been passing information to the cult for years. Properties across 3 counties were searched, revealing a network more extensive than anyone had suspected. And 2 weeks later, they found Joseph Thorne, the current watcher, hiding in a remote cabin near the Canadian border. The arrest made national headlines. Cult enforcer captured. Generations of terror end with arrest of the watcher. Detective Morales brought me the news personally, her exhaustion now mingled with satisfaction. It's over, she said simply. He's in custody, along with 23 other members. We've seized their assets, their properties, their records. The organization is dismantled. All of it? I asked, not quite ready to believe. After operating for 2 centuries? As much as we can be certain of. There may be sympathizers, distant connections we haven't identified yet, but the core is gone. I was allowed to return to my apartment the following day, though I knew I wouldn't stay there long. Too many dark associations now. Too many nights I'd lie awake listening for that tapping sound outside my window. The final piece fell into place a month later, when Detective Morales called to tell me they'd completed their investigation of the Thorne family history. Your initial instinct was right, she said. The land where your apartment stands was more than just property they once owned. It was one of their original ritual sites before the city expanded and they were forced to move deeper into the forest. So when I moved in, you unknowingly placed yourself on their radar. And when you later encountered one of them in the forest, it created a connection they couldn't ignore. In their belief system, it was a sign. I thought of that first day at the campsite, the unease I'd felt from the moment we arrived. Had some part of me sensed the darkness that dwelled there? Or was it simply the natural wariness of an unfamiliar place? What happens to the forest now? I asked. The campsite? It remains closed indefinitely. The state is considering options, but given the extensive underground structures and the history, it may never reopen to the public. In the months that followed, I rebuilt my life piece by piece. I found a new apartment in a different city, resumed teaching at a new school, made new friends who knew nothing of what I'd experienced. Jack and Valerie had done the same, each of us creating distance from the events that had bound us together. We stayed in touch, though our conversations carefully avoided direct mention of those days in the forest. Some experiences are too profound, too terrifying to revisit, even with those who shared them. But sometimes, on particularly dark nights, I still find myself listening for that rhythmic tapping, that soft, persistent sound that had heralded the approach of something ancient and malevolent. And I wonder about the true reach of the preservers, if their influence has truly been eradicated, or if, like the roots of an old tree, parts remain buried deep, waiting for the right moment to emerge once more. I knew this trip was going to be different the moment we rolled up to that campsite. I just never imagined how completely it would change the course of my life. How it would peel back the veneer of normal existence to reveal the darkness that sometimes lurks beneath. And though they tell me it's over, though Joseph Thorne sits in a maximum security prison and his accomplices stand trial for their crimes, I can't help but listen for that tapping in the night, just in case. Because some watchful eyes never truly close, some traditions never fully die, and some forests hold secrets that refuse to remain buried. This took place about a year ago, back before I graduated high school. To give this story some background information, I'm from New York. I live in the Catskill region, so I have access to amazing hiking trails. There's many mountain ranges and hiking paths in this particular area alone that I enjoy going on. I live in more suburban setting, while my friend lives in a more rural section of the county. My friend Ryan was lucky enough to have his house back right into the Catskill Nature Preserve. Since this story took place, he has moved. Fortunately, he still lives close to me. I think it's better he doesn't live there anymore anyway, after the spectacular times when he had first moved into that house. There was a pool and jacuzzi on top of an amazing stone patio. Beyond the fence was a well-structured fire pit that was right next to a path, which leads to an outstanding hiking trail. The hiking trail then leads to a railroad, which once crossed, allows you access to the steep mountain trail that we would hike so often with our friend. His family really hit the jackpot when they bought this house, and the time that we've had this friend group, we've encountered many things while hiking, exploring, and doing random stuff outdoors. However, from all the bizarre experiences that we've encountered, we agreed in unison that this one was potentially the most life-threatening and scary. It came to the point where we stayed away from that trail for a solid 2 weeks. For us, that was a lot of time. We'd usually be hiking or exploring every other day. The afternoon that came prior to this night hike was a good one. I was hanging with Ryan and 2 other good friends, one of which had never been on a night hike with us. He was relatively new to our friend group, but fit right in. The only thing left was his so-called initiation into our group. We figured that the only way to test his true character was through challenging him to lead us up the mountain path that we had all become very well acquainted with, behind Ryan's backyard. Only thing was that he had never been on it at night. Unlike the rest of us, he had only hiked it by day. It was his time to lead us up. His time to prove to us that he was as daringly adventurous as the rest of us. The afternoon went something along the lines of going for a drive into town and meeting up with the group of girls. After that, we all went back to Ryan's place, using his pool and jacuzzi. We took advantage of the fact that his parents had left town for a weekend getaway. We had the place to ourselves. However, we decided we weren't going to have a party tonight. So around 10, we had the girls leave. It was just us, the boys. We went beyond the gate of the backyard and started gathering some wood for a quick campfire before we made our trek up the mountain. Around 11, we went back inside the house to gather some supplies. You know, basic stuff like flashlights, pocket knives, and backpacks. After we had gathered our stuff, we made our way out onto the trail in his backyard. During the day, it was beautiful. After 5 minutes of being on the path, we would arrive at a spectacular field, which was full of tall grass, elevated from the path that you would naturally have just come off of, with a haze of sunlight and nature calling. However, it was dead out here right now. In the stillness of the dark, there was only the rustling of tall grass and the distant sounds of crickets. Although we felt somewhat on edge, knowing we were completely exposed, an unexplainable feeling of calmness had overtaken our beings. We walked across the grassland into the next part of the nature trail that led to the railroad. The moon shone brilliantly across the sky, acting as a secondary guide apart from our flashlights. It took some time, however, because there was a patch of brambles we all had to crawl through one by one. As we resumed our hike after clearing the brambles, we closed in on the hill that led to the top of the railroad tracks. This hill will be of key importance later in the story. Jagged rocks lined the elevation, so it was somewhat like rock climbing. We all managed to make it up and came upon the tracks. It was desolate. Something about being on the railroad tracks at night with no one else around was such an incredible feeling. I can't describe it in words, but basically, I felt no attachment to reality, and I was just in the moment. We just sat there on a few rocks talking for a moment about life and our future exploration plans. Eventually, we carried on. Now we entered into the real hiking path that led all the way up the mountain. It was about 11:30 now. It typically took us half an hour to get up to the lookout point that we'd usually go to. And let me tell you, seeing the riverfront of the Hudson and the surrounding town's lights around it was truly breathtaking. I couldn't wait to see it once again. The darkness caused us no difficulty. We still were able to make it up in 30 minutes. We had gone on this trail with other people before too. Normally, with your average person tackling the hike would usually take an hour. We, however, had become so well acquainted with the path that we basically knew where every darn rock was. There were no issues on the way up, apart from the subtle typical paranoia of some kind of animal watching us. If there were any, though, we hadn't noticed. We made it to the top and enjoyed the view, and had some meaningful conversations. Around 12:30, we decided to head back down. In my opinion, coming down was always the best part. We literally ran down the mountain in an attempt to see who could get down to the railroad first. It took us around 20 minutes to get down. Like I said, we knew every part of the trail, and when it came to foot placement, we had absolutely no difficulty in avoiding rocks and tree branches coming down. This is the part where things become bizarre. I didn't mention it before, but when we'd come down the mountain, there was a fork in the trail. One part of the trail was longer, while the other part was shorter. They both led back down and merged once again a few yards before you make it past the tree line and onto the tracks. This fork took place midway down the mountain. Usually on the way up, we would take the faster route for obvious reasons. On the way down, though, we had our newest official member of our group take the longer path down the mountain alone. It was sort of like a seal the deal kind of gesture. I look back to this day and wonder why in the world we told him to do that, and even more so why he agreed to do that. At that point, it was nothing really crazy to any of us. I guess that's only because we were so naive and we'd never been exposed to anything critically unsafe. He'd be back down in 25 minutes, or so we thought, about 5 minutes after us. Once Ryan, my other friend, and I had gotten to the bottom of the mountain, we hid behind a big boulder, awaiting our other friend's arrival. Eventually, we heard twigs snapping, and we expected to see our friend coming out. By this point, the moon had been covered by some clouds, so we were not able to make out the key details of the figure. But what we saw come out did not match the stature or physique of our friend. It was skinny and malnourished looking. It was shorter. Its arms came down much further than a human's, at least any human I'd ever seen, which only baffled me more. I could not make out any distinguishing features of its head or face. We sat there just looking, not sure what to make of the situation. All of us in our minds could not stop thinking of our poor friend who was still alone out there. The guilt and anxiety that rushed through my body alone was enough to make me almost throw up. Whatever it was, it paused for a moment. Then, walked the opposite way on the railroad away from us. It had made it around a quarter-mile away when we heard more branches snap by the tree line. At this point, we didn't know what to expect. My stomach dropped. Then my friend began calling our names. The last thing I wanted to do was make our presence known to whatever that thing was, though. I panicked. Our plan on pranking my friend had gone south. I gave one last glance into the distance and saw whatever it was continuing to walk in its own direction, down the railroad, not even flinching. I found this odd that it had just paid no attention to my friend. We all came out and whispered to him to quiet down. We asked if he saw anything or heard anything, but he said no. He looked so confused and began to laugh. He said, "If you guys are trying to prank me, it's not going to work." The hike was fine. I don't know why y'all are still screwing with me. After all, I was the one who had to go at it alone. As he said that, I glanced back at where the figure had been walking and didn't see it. It was impossible for it to have disappeared unless it had gone back past the tree line. We all stood silent for a moment. I finally spoke for the group. "Listen, all you need to know is that we need to get back to Ryan's house right now." It was raising my voice at this point out of fear and insistence. Our friend was so lost, and I know if he had experienced something surreal, he would have told us. I told everyone to hurry up, that we're gonna run. Whatever it was, we had lost all sight of it and had no idea where it turned. We climbed down the rocky hill onto the path as quick as we could, sliding on the way down. We eventually made it back to the grassland, getting closer to Ryan's house. We started to walk as we felt we were a safe distance away from that thing. As we walked across the field, we heard a screeching sound. My whole body shivered. I stood there, as did everyone else. We all just looked at each other. Goosebumps infested my arms. I started to shiver uncontrollably. We heard it again. It was distant, coming from the direction of the train tracks. The second time was the last time we heard it. It was every man for himself now. We scattered. It took us a few minutes to get back, but we made it. All of us. We sat there for 15 minutes discussing what the heck happened. All of us were in shock. I know at this point in the story things looked bad, but it only got worse from there. As Ryan went inside to get his pistol in case anything came into the backyard, we all sat there in silence. A moment later, he came back in a panic. "Guys, have you seen my phone?" My heart sank. We all said no, and after calling it many times with no success of hearing it, we were forced to accept the fact it was gone. Ryan was cursing under his breath and throwing stuff. We sat there just watching him, our minds still in shock. He took the magazine in his pocket, put it in the pistol and loaded it, and that got our attention. Then he said, "I need that phone. Can't afford to lose it. I sure as heck can't leave it out there. If my parents called to check in right now, I'll be screwed." It was 1 a.m. We were all uneasy and didn't exactly want to go back in there after what we saw. We eventually agreed to accompany Ryan to the entrance of the field, but no further. We had gotten to the point of the trail with no luck. He was insistent on pressing forward, but all of us said, "You're crazy." Ryan replied, "Fine, I'll go in. But you're going to keep calling the cell phone until I can hear it, okay?" We agreed. We used my phone. As we called, the purest form of dread washed over me. Every time I heard the phone ring, I thought someone would pick up, and it wouldn't be Ryan. After 15 slow, agonizing minutes, the phone picked up all of a sudden, making us all jump. He said he got it, and we asked where he found it. Apparently, it was at the bottom of the rocky hill that led to the tracks. The fact that he was that far made me concerned. What if that person or creature was still out there? As we continued to talk, he abruptly stated he needed to go. Before I could say anything else, he hung up. We sat there in isolation, waiting and dreading what was going to happen next. We were past the point of pranks. Whatever happened now was serious. I tried calling him back 3 times, but it went straight to voicemail. I figured this couldn't be a good sign, and he had either turned off his phone or put it on Do Not Disturb mode for whatever reason. A few more minutes passed, and we suddenly got a text from him. It said, "Get back to the house. Not safe. I'm there." I took another way. As we read that, we suddenly felt like we were being watched. That feeling you get when you're in the open and something might be lurking nearby. We were a few minutes from home, but in that time period, whatever the heck was out there could be watching us for all I knew. We took off back to the house, and at one point my friend had tripped. Me and another friend ran back to help him, and we continued going all together. We eventually made it back. Ryan was waiting for us. He yelled out, "Guys, get out of there, now!" We ran to him. He explained everything. He said he had been jogging through the woods and eventually heard a distinct buzzing sound, which he realized was his phone. It was right at the edge of the bottom of the rocky hill, leading to the tracks. He says it must have fallen out of his pocket as he was sliding down the dang hill. He cautiously started walking. When in reach, he picked up his phone. After standing there for a few minutes, distracted on a call with us to let us know that he'd found the phone, he heard something walking on top of the tracks, rocks crunching under the weight of something. That's when he hung up in fear of whatever he was hearing. He kept walking at that constant pace onward, continuing to hear the sounds, which he claimed sounded bipedal. Based on the amount of time it took for one foot to sink into the crunching rocks after the other, he couldn't see over the hill onto the train tracks, making it impossible to figure out what it was. He ran back urgently, and only when he got back home he decided to text us. I thought this was kinda dumb to leave us hanging like that, but hey, we do stupid things when we're scared. We sat there just thinking what to do. We were quiet for a while, just listening to every sound and looking into the tree line, anticipating something to happen. Eventually, we heard rustling coming from the woods. Ryan, scared out of his mind, shot off around into the woods. Whatever was in there ran away. I'm pretty sure it was just a deer, though, or at least I hope it was. Nothing else happened that night. We locked the doors, turned out the lights, and hung out in the living room. There was no chance we were actually falling asleep. The unreal experience we had would haunt us for a long time. As freakish as it was, I'm oddly happy to know I have a surreal story to tell anyone who I'm close to. What matters is that my friends and I made it out okay. Looking back, I know that screeching sound could have been a screech owl or fox, but knowing that someone or something else was out there that barely looked human at all made me question that. None of us were on any substances. We were completely sober and know what we saw was real. I know that there are things out there that come out at night and hide during the day. And I now know that there are some things that never want to be discovered. To this day, I have no idea what the creature was or what its intentions were. I don't know if it had followed my 2 friends and I or my other friend down that long path. Quite frankly, I don't want to know. Some say ignorance is bliss, and I wholeheartedly agree.